Hello, Princess. Do you love the sound of the fan in the back? I'm washing my fursuit stuff. Or not washing, just rather, well, letting dry. Oh, that is such a weird view. I'm trying a whole thing with the stream. Apparently you can dual stream with the whole YouTube thing. I don't know. We'll give it a shot today. If it doesn't work, I'm okay with that. Maybe. Who knows? But hello, everyone. Welcome on in to an early stream. I had nothing else to do today, and to be honest, quite excited to talk about my Furpoc experience. So we're going to be doing that today. That's our plan. But let me get out these quickie little stream notifications. Get that out of the way. And then we'll get right on started. Beyblade. Look, truthfully, chat, it was my first time ever ripping a Beyblade. And I will say I get it. I definitely get it. It's a lot of fun. I don't know if I can play any of the videos that were taken of it, but at least you'll see some pictures. We'll do my best, okay? It's pretty cool. I know. So here's the thing. I was a Bakugan kid. But whenever it came to any of those shows, like, I'd watch the show and barely get the toys. I think for me, the only sort of, like, toy franchise that I ever participated in was Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, just the card game, because that was so cool to me. Which, probably favorite character, in my opinion, Joey Wheeler. He's just the best Yu-Gi-Oh! Character. Maybe not the best duelist, maybe relies on luck a lot, but that is the game at the end of the day. A matter of luck, drawing the right cards, getting the right plays. But yeah, I never really got into, like, Bakugan for, like, the actual game or, like, the physical toys. And same thing with Beyblade. Like, I saw a little bit of it on TV, and it was really funny because I was getting into, like, it was my first time getting into, oh, look at that, Deathwolf in a life jacket. Oh, wait, we missed it. Never mind. I was getting into, like, my private Catholic middle school experience with being in, you know, religious school background sort of thing. And when I was watching TV in the morning before school started, I saw the episode of Beyblade where they say that Moses parted the Red Sea with the Beyblade. And that's when I realized, oh no, I have a contradiction here. You know, I'm in a Catholic school, supposed to learn about scripture and stuff, but also I have that. I'm like, oh god. Hello, Princess. Oh, Princess. Looking mighty fine tonight, Princess. I'm getting better at this, and it's scary. I literally sent a message to Jake yesterday with that voice message, and he's like, you've been getting better at it. You should do that. I'm like, no, I shouldn't. But hi, everyone. Welcome back. Oh yeah, I did stream this last Wednesday. I forgot. I think I was doing VTubing stuff at the time, so it technically didn't count. Also, apologies for the fan in the back. I'm drying my fursuit stuff. It was all left downstairs on like a drying rack, and I'm like, I'll bring it up here. But if you want to know what like a post-con looks like for me, it's usually this. Just throwing this on and throwing all of my fursuit parts in some direction that air is going into it, because the inside of the paws are wet, the leg padding on the sides are wet. If you've ever actually... If you haven't really seen him, hold on. Just like, look at that. Look at this padding. It's kind of not as good as it used to be. Maybe I got to replace the polyfill, talk to my maker about it. But yeah, this is what I use to make my my legs pretty thick. Pretty thick. But yeah, it still needs to dry, but you know, I could probably just turn it off. Anyways, how are you guys doing? How are the wife and kids? Did you piss your fursuit again? I did not piss my fursuit. Okay, for the record, did not happen. Can confirm. Though, to be fair, when I was wearing my life jacket over my fursuit, I think I've talked about this a bunch before, like, I sweat through it, and it's not because I sweat so much, it's just that the life jacket material is such an insulator, it keeps all the heat behind it, so all that heat builds up, and it tries to still escape, so it goes through the fur material of my fursuit, so it's pretty pretty not as great. But hey, you know, we cleaned it. We washed my fursuit. The bodysuit is hanging in the back, and the only thing that really needs to dry is my body parts, and really that's it. But hi everyone. I hope you're doing well. I'm excited for this recap because I had such a good time at Furpoc. Do you remember me? Never hit me with the "do you remember me?" I get that at cons. I get that in stream chats. The answer is almost always no. And it's not because I don't remember. Well, it actually is. It is because that hurt my ears for a second. I didn't know how loud everything was. But Princess Ember, oh, well, Princess, thank you for the 5 gifted subs and the tier 3 5-month resub. I appreciate that. Could we get some life jackets and beta 8 hearts in the chat? I know I'm starting like kind of super early for my usual routine, but I'm also late just starting early because I scheduled the stream. I'm also trying some new stuff with live streaming, so that's kind of cool. Hello everyone on YouTube, I hope you're doing well. Hello everyone on Twitch, I hope you're doing well as well. I'm not ignoring you, but it is definitely hard to read all these chats at once, but hey, we're gonna do our best. Furpoc was so fun. It was such a blast. Literally, I think it's the same Cobalt that I Beybladed with, right? So that night, like the Saturday night, midnight, Halloween, in my Akatsuki cloak, Beyblading, while also, I was a little drunk, for the record, in fursuit, with Linkin Park blasting in the back, with the whole DJ set outside. That is the peak con experience. For your first con, you've experienced
inflates
the peak
you and inflates
experience.
you and inflates you and inflates you and inflates.
I can't really inflate anything right now. Yeah, I can't inflate anything right now. I mean, I looked over to my right. I'm like, oh, I have some inflatable. Not that kind of stream. But yeah, to answer your question, hi, Sean. Sorry, I don't really do the whole "do you remember me" stuff, because that does happen to me at cons, where people are like, oh, Beta, do you remember me? And it's like, you know, someone that I interacted with in like 2022 at like FWA or something. I'm like, and I'm looking for a badge because I'm bad with faces, I'm bad with names. Do you know how many Novas and Fluffskis and Fluffies I know? There's plenty of them. I also don't even have my fursuit in the back, but I don't really care. Do you remember me? But yeah, it's just one of those things where I try to remember people. I really don't like to not remember, but like it's hard when there's a lot of people. So apologies if I don't, but yeah, whenever I'm hit with that, it's almost always like the hardest thing. It's like, all right, what 20 questions do I got to go through to remember this? When did I interact with this person? Do you remember me? Lamppost? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. You know what? Should I throw my fursuits in the back? I feel like that would be pretty good for this, and then I can just yap with you guys because I gotta get up and go over there. So yeah, I'll be right back. Let me grab my fursuit and we'll yeet them over into the corner.
Thanks for taking a pic with me in my spooky deer costume. Maverick and Levi feet.
Hello, princess. Maverick and Levi feet. We love that. We love that. Also, Boss Mel, thank you for the 2-month resub. I greatly appreciate that. And Toasty Ghosty, thank you for the 100 bits. Appreciate that as well. I appreciate you guys coming on in. Same with you, Ember. Thank you for the 100 bits. I'm excited for this recap because full send, Furpoc was an 11 out of 10. Minus that. I didn't get hurt, which is nice. I also didn't get sick, which I know a lot of friends were really, really sick after the end of Furpoc, whether they got like a virus or some sickness or some stomach bug. And it's like, how did I luck out? I was like borderline sleeping on the floor at some points. I was kind of like in the position of like, remember when I got bronchitis really, really bad? I think it was summer of 2019. Yeah, that hit. Someone also did not get sick from Furpoc. Maybe it was the copious amounts of booze that I ingested. Probably not, because I didn't really drink too much. Yeah, I really didn't, but yeah. Do you have a favorite Beyblade series? I don't even know what series is which. But I do have a favorite Bakugan series. It was like season 2, where like they go to the Bakugan world, and then there's like Masquerade. I think he was kind of cool and edgy, but he was weird. But also the plot of Bakugan was weird. I'm more of a Yu-Gi-Oh kind of gal myself for some fucking reason. But yeah, Furpoc did slap so hard. I was also fortunate not to get sick, just insanely hungover and tired even after BattleBots competition same weekend, and I always get sick there. Damn. I mean, it seems like you were pretty much going. For me, like as soon as I got back from Furpoc, I was so exhausted. And it kind of sucked too, because I kind of went into it thinking, oh, I'm just gonna go in, have like a nice vacation con, local con with a bunch of friends, and then I keep forgetting that furry conventions aren't exactly a vacation for me, you know what I mean? And so when I got back, I'm like, oh, no, let's get ready, go to work and do stuff, and then it's like, oh, right, I'm exhausted. Fuck. Also, did I miss some gifted subs? I'm so sorry. Oh, they're just catching up.
I'd do anything.
What is going on? There's so much going on.
Times in the Word of God where this
I'm
word
scared.
Is come, and that's not cometh, and the rest of the comes.
Come,
that's
preacher.
Just come, preaching my heart out for 45 minutes to an hour on that one word, come. And it was one of our Lord's favorite words. Come unto me. Come and drink. Come and dine. Jesus said, come, and it goes on and on and on. I know this is dumb.
Maverick's feet. I'm overstimulated right now. This is great.
It means come. And I'm coming. You're coming. When I turn to my son and I say, come,
I
want
Maverick's
them to come. That word come is universal in its application.
Jesus Christ, there's so much going on.
Come, there's no room for discussion.
This is crazy.
Guess what? Come.
Also, I'm going to turn
it
on.
It commands obedience. Come. How many of you had the Holy Ghost come in you? You come. He was crucified for you. He died for you. He did everything for you. It's time for you to come. He's come. He's already come. He wasn't just a baby in a manger, friend. That was God coming. I love the way the Christmas story starts out. Because God came, and then the wise men had to come. The shepherds had to come. And ever since Jesus came, he said, I've done my part. Now you come. You come. I came. You come quick. What is this hesitating stuff? That's demonic, friend. You're going to die. And one day when you die, you're going to be with him whether you like it or not. And I don't want him to look at me when I die and say, I've been calling you all your life. Now through death, you've had to come. I said, come. For those of you that don't believe that, friend, you need to read your Bible.
I can't read. Princess Ember, thank you for the Coom Preacher. We gotta give our thanks and bless this mess, as it were. So I appreciate that. Just 13 of them? Oh, like the 13 lines of coke in the 10 drunk cigarette song. Mavericks, pretty great. I love that song. It's so funny because that is totally me. 13 lines of coke, 13 organization, 13. That's the key to Kingdom Hearts. Don't actually do that. You know, I'm not condoning any of that. Look, point being, we have a lot to share today. A lot to go over. A lot of amazing... Oh, that one was louder. Oh, I think it's because it did the individual ones. We have like a fucking hype train going. I don't know what happened. I don't know what I did to deserve this. I just kind of went AFK for a few, like, days. I've been like, personally, I've been working on myself and really just kind of reflecting and relaxing. I've been taking a mini vacation since getting back. And honestly... it was so good. Like, little spoilers. I have a few videos that I've been kind of working on here and there past, you know, my little vacation. Like, I had my vacation for, like, the first half of the week and a couple of other things on top of that. And then I came back yesterday to record just a video nonchalantly. And I think, honestly, I have had some pretty bad performance anxiety.
#1 victory royale.
He doesn't have performance anxiety. Get down!
Kills on the board right now. Just wiped out Tomato Town. My friend has gone down. I revived him. Now we're heading southbound. Now we're in the Pleasant Park streets. Look at the map. Go to the mark sheet.
Mr. President. Okay, I did learn that there is technically a furry president. Not a president of, like, you know, the country, but like a furry president somehow. I'm not going to divulge what I mean by that, but I learned that at Furpoc this year, specifically from some previous classmates in college. And they said, this is the reason, you're the reason why there are so many furries now. I'm like, up. No, I'm not. I graduated during lockdown. You cannot say that to me. You and I are not the same. Psych 101 just turned into, what is it, therapy on the Canvas dashboard. You and I are not the same. Also, I know, I'm streaming at an earlier time. I apologize for things being a little bit weird and disorganized. I have been, like, all over the place, but a good all over the place. I'm finding myself, I'm working on myself, and that's why I wanted to put off the Furpog recap till when I was ready feasibly for it, because, one, the presentation is going to be awesome. I worked very, very hard on this with, like, the recap, getting the pictures together. I had, like, 300 gigabytes of footage filmed from the con, not including the panel that I did, which I still need to remember to upload that at some point, so check out Boodle's channel at some point. But I've got a lot to go through. Let me go through the notifications first, because I appreciate the generosity so greatly. I have no pants on again. I have pants on. I'm obligated to keep pants on. You're gonna hurt me here, but that's okay. You know, you like doing that. Look, I would have a no pants stream, but can't do that. I mean, technically right now I could have no pants on because, you know, bust streamer. Okay, let's not get too excited. Oh my god. This is crazy. Thank you guys so much for the outrageous generosity. I greatly appreciate it so tremendously. I'm glad to be back. I feel, honestly, like I'm on my new arc of beta. Like, there's like,
Welcome,
kind of
baby.
arcs of, like, how he's developed as a person. And, honestly, this con was such an eye-opener for that. And this week, with, like, self-reflecting, was such an eye-opener for that. And so, like, going forward, whatever videos I do, whatever streams I'm doing, I'm feeling a lot more confident. And things are really exciting. So, hey, we got some fun stuff to look forward to. But to go over notifications, thank you so much, Ember, for the bits, the gifted subs, the Coom Preacher, blowing my ears out, and the 1,000 bits. I greatly appreciate that, and I hope you're doing well on your end. I know it's probably late for you over there, which is also why I wanted to start stream a little earlier. Like I said, I've been trying to get better at doing streams earlier so everyone can watch instead of like 6, 7 p.m. And also tonight, I want to hop on VR with some friends, so yeah, what a vibe out, you know? Coom Preacher gonna blow your back out? Ha, that already happened. The fuck is with this straw? Oh, there's a hole in it. More microplastics for me. Gotta keep the asbestos safe and secure and happy. It's kind of like when you get a cat, you know? Like, you get one cat, and it's like, aw, he's kind of lonely when, you know, I'm out and about or I have to go somewhere. So you get another cat to keep the other cat company. And they're both just chaotic, either fighting one another or they're so sweet to one another. It's always interesting to see how that ends up. Of course there's a hole in the straw. That's how it works. I see your game, Helix. Game recognizes game. I see you. Also, it was nice running into you, which actually, I think you briefly show up in the con recap from, like, one of the pictures that I took. So, basically, first off, I'm going to go over notifications. I'm all over the place. Can you tell my ADHD meds haven't really kicked in as well as they should? Thank you, Ember, for all the gifted subs. I greatly appreciate it, and all the bits. Thank you, Boss Mel, for the gifted sub. I greatly appreciate that. Thank you, Shameless, for the bits. Don't know if you've been watching Landman at all, but Ollie Larder is an absolute fireball on that show. Her whole antics. Old folks is great. I don't know what Landman is. The only thing that I've been watching semi-recently has been more Freerin, and then what else I've been watching? Mainly Deadlock videos, sadly. I am so Deadlock pilled, it's bad. I know I've talked about it before, but like with the whole rank exchange, like they did some like rank adjusting where like apparently people were not in the ranks they should have been. So it's like I was originally in like the low to mid tier, like just Archon. Like that's what I would consider like gold or plat in any like competitive game. And I got boosted all the way up to Ascendant, where Eternus is the highest rank in competitive and Deadlock. So I was technically like just under Grandmasters or like Masters or something for the readjusting. And this happened like a month ago. And I know some friends have like flip-flopped with like going down a little bit because the performance is a bit too high, but I have maintained like low to mid Ascendant rank because, you know, when they adjust ranks, usually it's either you get boosted too much and you got to go back down a little bit or too much up. We're time mass, but hotels for vacation lists. God damn it! Okay, I'm not going to be... Am I going to be able to do that? I want to go to Vacation Land. But like... To drive... Fuck, I remember I had a notification for this too. So rooms for Furcation Lane open in 5 minutes. Can I, like... If I end up having an extra spot just for like a day or an evening during the weekend, I would rather go to that than do like a whole weekend, because truthfully, I think after this Furpoc, I'm a little conned out. I'm not doing anything till A&E. I'm not... Princess, I appreciate
Vacation
it.
Land Fund.
I have so much to talk... Oh my god. Furpoc was such an awesome time. For the record, I used that as a con to kind of reintroduce the whole furry con vlog vibe. I want to do one for Furpoc from all the footage that I filmed, because I got a gimbal, I used my phone to record. I ended up coming back from Furpoc with over 300 gigabytes. I shit you not, of footage, which granted I did record in 40K, or not 40K, jeez, 4K on my phone, and the quality is phenomenal nonetheless. You're actually going to see a bunch of the screen caps from the con recap from that vlogging footage, which I used in, the con recap, just because the picture quality, even just taking a screenshot, looks so good. So there's a lot. There's a lot that I had to go through with it, and like, Furpoc wasn't really like a relaxation con for me, but I had an awesome time, and so I think I kind of like burnt myself out just a little bit. And so going into next year, I'm going to be doing my usual A&E. I wanted to do Furcation Land. I do have another con I will be attending as a guest of honor in the early April of next year. I can't announce it just yet, more or less, but just saying, that's actually going to be a thing, so I'm going there. And then I got a room for FWA, and I'm probably going to do, like, Megaplex. But even as is, like, things are a little tight recently, so I'm saving a bit. So what I would probably want to do is just, like, maybe a weekend trip to Furcation Land. As much as I want to get a room, I was just thinking, like, with FWA rooms, A&E rooms, and all these other reservations, I have so much that I have. I'm just like, I don't know if I can do another one. So honestly, I might just see if I can, like, crash on someone's floor and bring my air mattress or something and see if that's okay. Not specifically asking, hey, Helix, could you accommodate me? But just in general, if, like, any friends are going around, I'd love to go. I haven't been to Furcation Land. It's bad, but I also just need to be more responsible. And so, as much as I would love to go, I would rather just kind of have it be just a chill weekend thing and go. Since you're a content creator that makes money, you could totally say cons are business expenses. Bold of you to assume that I don't already do that, lamppost. I do that as is, because there is a means of doing that. I did, like, my research and stuff, but yeah, it isn't cheap. Furpoc, what was supposed to be like just kind of a chill local con, still wasn't that cheap. But I would even argue that a lot of my funds for cons end up being for, like, food with friends and drinks. So yeah, you had an interesting day. It has been an interesting day for me too, Nova. I have a lot to talk about, but yeah, I think even though the room opening is happening, like, right now for Furcation Land, I'm just gonna chill with it. Honestly, I think that's what I need. And I know some people are probably disappointed. I know Dragon's probably gonna be coming in and being like, did you get a room for Furcation Land? I'm gonna be like, no. And I feel bad because I know they want to see me and say hi, but I'll still at the very least, like, want to come up for, like, either a day or, like, a day or two during that weekend. Nothing too big. Just, like, bring like a backpack with, like, my fursuit head, and that's it, and then see how it is, because I've already, like, kind of conned myself out a little bit, and especially with the other obligations, it's a lot. Also, hi, Dragon, I hope you're doing well. Good luck with room openings. It's happening right now. Wishing you luck, Helix, if you're looking for that now. I know how it'd be. That's what I had to deal with FWA too. Like, while I was at Furpoc, I had to sit there on my phone and just keep refreshing to try and get a room for FWA. And I lucked out 30 minutes later with getting a main hotel room, which I'm pretty happy about. So I have another reservation that I might be potentially transferring over to a friend. But point being, after this Furpoc con, it was such a great time. But I'm just, like, trying to adjust back to, like, okay, I can't be doing all these cons. I got to take care of things more feasibly. And also, I might have another fun, exciting thing that I might be doing around the same time as this year when I went to Austria. I might be going on a trip, and I might need to be saving some money for that. I can't really talk about it at the moment. No, don't really know the details, but I'm excited. There's a lot to look forward to in 2026 for me, but I gotta, like, be careful, especially with where things are now, and especially because I might not have health insurance for this next year because the health insurance company doesn't want to work with the hospital that I'm with, and they're like, hey, can you pay less money to the hospital? And they're like, no. Can you pay more money to us? And they're like, no. So basically, it's just millionaire companies fighting one another, and the only people that are affected are people with health insurance, like me. So, yeah, I've been having to kind of deal with that and save money and stuff. So, it has been a little weird. A lot has happened. And I hate that I'm talking about it all in this stream, too, because I wanted the focus to be Furpoc and whatnot, because Furpoc, oh my god, it was such a good time, man. I had an absolute blast, and it was probably, for me, the best personal development con. Like, as a person, growing confidently, being more myself, being more of a social butterfly, and being just comfortable doing what I enjoy as an adult in the furry community, but also just as a person who is also a YouTuber and content creator. It has just been so nice, and I could not be any more grateful for the people that I interacted with at this con, the opportunities I had, and just having a great time overall. It was so fun. Seems like everyone loved Furpoc that I talked to as well. Dude, everyone had, from what I know, such a good time. And even, like, the hotel staff had a good time. There's, like, a story that I want to tell a bit more in-depth later. But, like, every night, I think from, like, Friday onward, there was, like, a DJ setup right outside the hotel, and people were, like, kind of using their own, like, power banks to, like, supply it. And then the the hotel itself came in and supplied, like, extension cables because they wanted that setup to happen. So, like, the hotel staff were on board. There were people, like, either stopping me out, like, the garage and being like, hey, just so you know, if there are any issues with people harassing you, like anti-LGBT or anything, let me know, I got you. It just, like, people making sure that weren't even a part of the con, making sure that everyone was having a good time and staying safe. And that, for me, is, like, what this fandom is all about, what the convention experience is. Because genuinely, Furpoc for me, as much as it was like a medium to small size con, usually from what I'm used to, 11 out of 10 experience, would absolutely do it again, will absolutely do it again next year. It's so good. I still haven't even gone over the notifications from everything from your guys' generosity, but I just, ramble aside, I am filled with love and confidence, and I'm so happy. And I'm just shining right now. I'm glowing. But yeah, also, hi, Void. I hope you're doing well. Wait, you said it smells in here. What do you mean it smells in here? What's it smell like? Piss? That's the theme of this, apparently, channel for the past, like, few days. Because of the video I uploaded yesterday, people think that I piss or something. And I'm like, no, well, maybe. I don't know. 50-liter piss jug. Maybe, yeah. We have had that running joke for a bit now. But I hope you're doing well, Big Daddy Void. I miss your face. I hope I get to see you soon. You're good soup. Also, I painted my nails, everyone. How do you like my nails, even though they've started fucking chipping already? I think it's the good theme for this. The color for this is Drown My Demons. I think it's by Mooncat. And this is the last of the nail polish before I have to get a new, I guess, load of this. Fucking nail polish bottle, another order of this. Yeah, Beta, let's use our words. Thank you. And I think it's very fitting for me because of not just this week, but just kind of in general with kind of coming into my own. And it's like, you know, drown those demons away. Have a good fucking time. I learned and experienced a lot this weekend, and there's going to be a lot to talk about today, so that's why I wanted to start early and just yap with you guys for a bit. So, you know, Tinks, this is just water for me because I haven't really hydrated, and I found that drinking water out of a cup is kind of nice, even though I'm using a plastic straw. But yeah, cheers to an awesome evening on your guys' end. And for everyone who's here. Also, Dragon, thank you for the 5 gifted. I appreciate it. I hope you lucked out with a room, by the way. I know openings for Main Hotel for Vacation Land open right now. So if everyone's going for those rooms, best of luck. I'm probably just going to try and see if I can crash in someone's space for like a day or two, bring some stuff. I have my own offerings. Like I'll bring like waters and booze and stuff. So yeah. You didn't miss it? They effed up? Oh boy. Well. Look, that's the thing, too. I remember it was, like, 2 weeks back, and then I'm like, oh, I'm ready for it, and then it got delayed. It's like, ah, fuck. Well, oh, well. Just sleep in the bed of a friend's truck. Honestly, I would do that. I've slept... I can't remember if it was, like, New York or Boston, but I slept on one of the park benches at one point while I was on my internship because I forgot and missed the train and I couldn't get home. So, like, yeah, I did a little bit of nomading. I was a nomad for a day. Saving drinking for tomorrow, going to a football game, so saving it for tailgating. Ooh, I hope you have an awesome time. Honestly, I haven't really drinking anything since Furpoc. I haven't really drinking in general. I've also been trying to, like, kind of cleanse my body a little bit because I did get put on a higher dosage of my ADHD meds, which is good, and I have needed that for like a year now. And I was put on a higher dosage, so I've been kind of like removing the crap from my body, eating a little bit healthier. I've been doing like my smoothies, prepping meal prep chicken, and honestly, I feel so much fucking better. I needed that since Furpoc, since like I think Thursday was like Cheesecake Factory or pizza or
I
fast
hate
food.
that
There's
part
so
of
much
Portland
stuff.
and the whole day in is not my thing. I found a place nearby.
Oh, fair enough. Well, good to know. Honestly, I want to go to Furcation Land just because I hear good things about it, and I want to hang out with friends for like maybe a weekend or so if I can swing it. But for like dedicating to a full-on con, especially knowing my schedule next year is going to be really weird. It's a little up in the air for me because like I have a lot of really exciting travel opportunities coming up. I really do. And I'm just trying to like, I'm trying to ground myself and understand like, okay, there's only so much that I can do feasibly. Also, Sheeptastic, thank you for the raid. You haven't really missed anything. Welcome on in. We're going to be doing our con recap for Apocalypse 2025. I hope you had a good stream on your end. What were you getting up to? How are things? How are the wife and kids? Release the herd. I like sheeps. They're cute. Is the herd gonna run me over? Honestly, I've been threatened to be run over many times by my roommate, and has not happened. Wouldn't be opposed to it happening, but also, how's everything going on the YouTube side of things? I know I haven't really been like super reading chat, but I'm sure everyone's just
I
kind of
can't be there
here.
except Saturn Sunday because of work. That is the busiest time of the year for me.
That is entirely valid. Entirely valid. Based, valid. Do your thing, queen. But like, yeah, that's kind of the thing for me. I don't know if I'm going to be available then for the time, so I don't want to dedicate to a reservation and then cancel it and then, you know, bail out and not do anything with it. So yeah, I'd rather just kind of show up for like a weekend or a day if I can. So that's probably going to be my my prerogative with it. But it opened early, FYI. Oh my god. Well, that's something. But hey, you know, I'll probably just keep a lookout on to see who might be around, who might have a space. But worst case, I just kind of make a day trip out of it, which isn't a bad idea. But to go over notifications, because I haven't gone over them, thank you, Dragon, for the bits and for the gifted subs. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you. Oh my god, I go through so many of them. Thank you for the extra gifted subs as well from before. I do appreciate it. I'm doing my absolute best. It's a lot. I'm a little overwhelmed, but we're gonna get through it, and you're gonna deal with me. I'm gonna be a problem. You know me. But yeah, thank you guys so much for the hype train and everything and the support. Thank you, Ember, for the gifted sub to Helix. Thank you for the 100 bits. Thank you, Shameless, for the bits. Thank you, Mel, for the gifted sub. Thank you, Ember, for the 1,000 bits and the get down. Thank you, Shameless, for the 10 bits. On the first day, the Lord said, cometh to me. Cometh the light seat. We're basking in light, even though daylight saving has fucked everything up. I know I ranted about this the last stream, but I still hate the fact that the sun is gone by 4 p.m. I'm like dead serious. I hate that. I miss the sunlight, and it sucks too because when I went to get like my car oil change yesterday, like everything was wrapped up by 2 p.m. and when I was driving back, the sun was already setting. Like I could see it. I'm like, it is 2 p.m. What the fuck? Like is it me, or has like the sun gone down quicker and quicker with as the years have gone on? I don't know like what's going on, but something feels off. But yeah, well, it was cloudy today as well. Oh, fair. Well, today it was kind of sunny. Yesterday it was super sunny, but it was starting to like sunset around like 2 p.m. when I was heading home. And I was like, God damn it, I hate that. Wasn't there like some sort of petition to get rid of daylight savings as well? And then that didn't work out, but I don't know. Regardless, you know me. I sit inside most of the day, so who does it matter? I'm trying to get up earlier and earlier to enjoy the sunlight while I have it. But yeah, thank you for the gifted subs and the bits. Lamppost, thank you for the bits. Would you rather always be able to locate the source of any sound with relative ease or be able to find what you're looking for on the internet? I mean, technically, I can do both. I'm pretty cognizant with my ears, even though I can't hear jack shit when people are talking to me. And sometimes when I hear my name from behind me by a voice I don't recognize, I pretend I don't hear it. That sometimes happens when I'm going around and I'm like in a straight shot, dedication from point A to point B. I hear, yo, is that Beta? I just turn around and like wave as I'm moving, or sometimes I just, as sad as that is, and it might be a little shitty, I pretend to not hear it because it's like I'm on a mission. When I'm situated, then I can interact. So yeah. Wait, Arizona doesn't do daylight savings? That must be weird. That must fuck some things up a little bit. Didn't know that. I just locked in. Literally, I just lock in. It's right there, and I just focus on whatever the mission is in front of me. Because if I don't, then I'm going to be standing there for a long while. And that's not a bad thing. Or Anuka, how are you doing? We love Anuka. How be the wife and kids? How be your life jacket? Hopefully nice and floaty. Not gonna lie though, would love to see your Sona in a life jacket one of these days. But that's just me. I'm biased, you know me. But I hope you're doing well. It's good to see your face again. But thank you again for all the gifted subs. Thank you, Electric Kid Fox, for the 13 gifted. I greatly appreciate that. Thank you, Toasty, for the bits. Boss Mel for the 2-month resub. Ember for the 100 bits. Toasty for 15 bits. I did not check out Catch the Rainbow, though. I've had, like, a plethora of, like, songs and audio things that people have been sending to me, and I've just been so behind on, like, messages and catching up with shit, so I do apologize. But I do appreciate the bits. I do appreciate the support, everyone. It does mean a lot. It was very overwhelming and overstimulating getting into this stream, especially since I started late, even though I'm earlier than my usual schedule, but you already know this routine. But we're gonna do our best. I'm going to do my best. I'm just kind of enjoying the vibes here, and I'm glad that I get to kind of come back and do this after having my time off and my own kind of epiphany in terms of personal development, which is pretty much the theme of this whole con recap, because Furpoc was genuinely the personal development con for me. I did so much that was outside of my comfort zone that obviously, you know, was reasonable. It wasn't like I was putting myself in danger or in situations that I was really uncomfortable and things weren't great, but, you know, just stepping out of my comfort zone, trying something new, you know, doing more like adult stuff to some extent, obviously with other consenting adults and stuff. And it was so fun, man. God, I feel like I'm getting into like a good balance of this shit too. 'Cause like, I know how much, like, the whole, oh my god, Beta, I love your stuff thing can, like, get a little overwhelming. And obviously, you know, I want to be available, be around, if people want to say hi, get pictures. But more than often than not, I'm just kind of going to be doing my own thing. And I feel like I've struck a good balance of that, especially with Furpoc this year. So I got, like, a good mix between, like, con stuff, con vlog stuff, beta fursuiting, interacting as Levi, and then just like enjoying myself and like partying in the evenings. There were like a lot of really cool parties that I got to go to, and I got to share some tink-tinks, and I got to meet some new people, and it was a fucking blast, let me tell you that. It was an absolute blast. But literally for me, as soon as I got back from Furpoc on that Sunday evening, I was doing all sorts of unpacking, all sorts of organizing. Like, for the record, today was when I was able to dry my fursuit from washing it. And I still haven't even washed the fursuit head yet for Levi, which I do need to do. And there's just been so much that I've had to unpack and get situated. And I decided to take, like, most of the week off to, like, work on the con recap, transfer over 300 gigabytes of footage, because I want to do another con vlog for Furpoc. And I did get, like, my media press pass and all that, which I'm very, very excited about, which I don't know if I need to be excited about now. It's over and done with. But yeah, point being, I was doing a lot this con, and I do a lot of prep and a lot of unpacking, and that's what I've been doing this week, and a lot of self-reflecting. And I think now is this stream is the time. This day is the time for me to do that con recap. Dry the head during stream. The head isn't washed. I need to wash the head, so I need to green machine it. But everything in the back that's under a fan has already been, like, drying. Also, Dragon, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. I greatly appreciate that. Could we get some big thanks and life jackets and beta 8 booties in the chat for Dragon? I appreciate the generosity, dude. I know the whole thing with the hotel is weird, but, you know, hopefully I'll get to see you at Vacation Land. If I do end up going, which I want to go, but, you know, we'll see. It's just for me, I'm like, I can't dedicate to a reservation right now, especially with already 3 cons that I'm dedicated to doing this next year. And I know they're not going to be cheap, and especially kind of considering how Furpoc wasn't exactly cheap. I just gotta, you know, be mindful, and especially the economy now. It's been weird, so... Yeah, but regardless, I appreciate the support, Dragon. It means a lot. That jump scared me? Don't you worry. I get jump scared all the time. I'll be scared for you. Ah! See? I even made up for it. I added more to it. Let me see. Where is my recap? There it is. I don't really have anything else to show today outside of the recap, but pretty much for the most part, I'm just gonna be hanging out and
Don't
chatting
feel
with you
like
guys.
you have to. It's okay.
No, I'm not doing it because I have to. I'm doing it because I want to as well. That is... Oh my god. I heard one of the best quotes. The best quotes. And you can apply this to content creation, or really anything for that matter, doing anything. Whether it's, you know, you feel like it, but more or less it's supposed to apply to content creation. And this is a quote from Gail. I don't know if this was exactly what she said during the panel. And we're going to revisit this later in the stream because it's very important to how I've been self-reflecting. She said something along the lines of don't make content or don't create content. Go have fun and capture it. And that just kind of like flipped a switch in my brain when I heard it. Because I've been kind of doing that to an extent, but also like... That's what I feel like everyone kind of needs to do, and I've been applying that more to even, you know, my day-to-day life of, like, you know, don't do things for the sake of it unless they're, like, obligations. You know, go into that to have fun, and remember why you do it in the first place. And so for me, going to Vacation Land as well isn't like, oh, I feel obligated because all my friends are there and people want me to go, but also it's mainly because, oh, I've heard good things about this con. People have given it massive praise for years and years. I should give it a shot at some point when I've missed it for the past 3. And so that's why I'm probably going to try and do like a day trip or something, because I want to go. You know, even if I can't feasibly do a whole weekend at the con, why not always manage something? Beta with Beyblades, it was really cool. I think I did that for like maybe 5 to 10 minutes. I could barely see anything because I was in my fursuit head and I was a little plastered. I was like B2 at that point, which was still pretty fun. But yeah, it was a great time. You're gonna get to see hopefully some videos or some pictures, at the very least pictures, because I did take a lot, which is a good thing, and I'm glad that I got to do with blessed be with the whole con vlog thing that I was doing. Usually, what I try to do for cons, even if I'm not doing like a vlog or taking videos, is I'll just like take pictures of the space and try to like obviously censor out as many faces as I can, and just because I want people to get a picture of what the con is from the visual perspective, like what my experience is like and what I'm seeing and what you can picture it when you've either never been there or never been to a con, and you might go and you might not know what to expect. So the whole good thing about doing the con vlog is when I was going around getting all this B-roll, because I was recording in 4K, I could easily look back at the specific con vlog clips that I was getting and take screenshots from when I was going around. So if I met a friend in fursuit while I was in fursuit and I didn't get pictures with them, I could literally just take screen caps from the con vlog and use that for pictures. And arguably the quality is like 10 times better than like just taking a picture and waiting for it. Because, you know, I had like my gimbal with me, it was stabilizing everything, and I was technically capturing 30 pictures every second whenever I was recording. So and this is the reason why the con vlog or the con recap isn't happening as soon as it is and is happening on Friday, is because I had to go through all this footage, organize all of it, 300 gigabytes worth of it, and apply that to my con recap because there were pictures that I missed and I wanted to add some for context. So it was a lot of work, but I think that's like the good thing going forward, because there are a lot of really, really good pictures that I'm glad that I got to capture from my vlogging B-roll footage that I was getting for Furpoc. So yeah, pretty much it's going to be It's going to be a fun experience today. So many pictures. I think this is like the one con vlog with the most pictures in it, or I guess recap rather. Which might be a little lackluster in some places, but you know, I like to have me chill time at cons. But yeah, we're going to go over that today. I'm just going to be yapping for a little bit as usual because, you know, why not? I like doing that and checking chat because I know when I'm on my tangent of telling a story, I never focus on chat. Not because I don't want to, but because I get too hyperfixated with my thing. You've done competitive Beyblading? Damn. I didn't even know there was, like, competitive Bey... Actually, no. I do know to some extent there is competitive Beyblading. Because ever since I got back from Furpoc, I've had one video essay recommended to my feed of, like... I think it's titled, like, The Beyblade That Ruined the Community. Or, like, every Beyblade fan hated this Beyblade. Either because it was so prolific or something, and it's like this black rounded one. I don't exactly know what the name of it is or what it's called, but I keep seeing that in my feed, and it's like, oh yeah, you know, there is competitive Beyblade to some extent. But yeah, regardless, still, it was pretty fun, and we're definitely going to be going over that today. Do a bunch of nerd shit, BattleBots, competitive Beyblading, Warhammer, etc. Damn, well, I do a lot of Deadlock, and I know how to play some of these competitive games, but I also just choose not to at times for some reason. I don't know. I'm just a big weirdo. You know me. The stream isn't stuttering for anyone, right? Like, quality's looking good. You guys can see me just fine. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Ooh, ooh. Wait, is the audio cutting out on the YouTube side of things? Is everything good? Hello? 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 I heard something from, like, YouTube chat where apparently the audio is not exactly working well. Can you guys hear me? Is everything okay? Woo. At least Twitch can hear me fine. That's good. But, yeah, I don't know what's going on in the YouTube side of things. It doesn't like me. Also, hello, R's. How do I say your name, by the way? But welcome on in. And sometimes Battlefield? True. I'm going to be playing a lot of Battlefield tomorrow night with friends. Tonight is VR chat, which is exciting. But tomorrow will be... Oh, yeah, I have the thing tomorrow that I'm doing for Rocket. Yeah, there's this whole furry event that Rocket is doing. RocketFox, you know RocketFox. Yeah, he's doing, like, some sort of, like, furry games event that's happening tomorrow, and I'm shoutcasting for it, or being a commentator for it with Snowy. I don't know the details of it, and I should probably know about it, because I am going to be participating in it probably no more than 24 hours from now, so... we'll have to see. Also, apparently it says the quality is pretty good, so that's good. Yeah. I don't know. I'm just checking all, like, the stream stuff to make sure it's good. I'm trying some, like, different things with streaming here and there, too. You know, YouTube has some weird features that I'm trying, so we'll have to see how that goes. But yeah, it's a bit pixelated, but good. Well, something to look at in the future. I don't know what's going on with it, but regardless... I'm getting on VR also. Whoa. I'll hopefully see you on VR, Anuka. I hope I get to, but you know how VR be. It is all sorts of wacky, trying to see everyone and do everything. But yeah. Let me just check real quick. Stream health. Okay, it says everything's pretty clean for quality, so I don't know. Oh, yeah, I guess it just fixed it. I don't know. The whole thing of, like, trying to do, like, the dual streaming thing, because I'm using YouTube and, like, Twitch streaming at the same time. But I don't know why certain qualities of streams aren't exactly good, but YouTube is good for, like, archiving stuff, so I don't know how any of this works. I don't know. You know me. Also, hi, Willow. Hope you're doing well. But yeah, guys, I've just been doing... honestly, a lot of, like, kind of relaxing as of late. I've been trying to kind of find myself with what I want to do with content creation again, just because I've found that a lot of the stuff that happens on social media, as much as I do, like, occasionally covering furry drama stuff, it's, like, it's a lot of the same shit, and it's kind of more annoying than it is good to discuss at this point. So I've just been, like, trying to find myself with what I want to do, and also I've realized I've kind of struggled with making videos, and
come.
Truthfully.
I'd do anything for Jesus. I found over 1,700 times in the Word of God where this word is used, come, and that's not cometh and the rest of the comes, but that's just come. Preaching my heart out for 45 minutes to an hour on that one word, come. And it was one of our Lord's favorite words. Come unto me. Come and drink. Come and dine. Jesus said, come, and it goes
I miss it every single time.
I know
I suck
this is
at this.
dumb, friends, but there are people that still haven't got it, so bear with me. When I say come, it means come. I'm coming, you're coming. When I turn to my son and I say come, I want them to come. That word come is universal in its application. Come. What did Jesus say to his disciples?
Calling to
come. There's no room for discussion.
Calling
Guess what? Come. It commands obedience. Come. How many have had the Holy Ghost come in you? You come. He was crucified for you. He died for you. He did everything for you. It's time for you to come. He's come. He's already come.
The fact that there is furry drama in the
baby
first place as well,
friend.
it really
that
is.
That was God coming. I love the way the Christmas story starts out. Because God came, and then the wise men had to come. The shepherds had to come. And ever since Jesus came, he said, I've done my part. Now you come. You come. I came. You come.
Do you think Jesus would be a furry?
What is this hesitating stuff?
It's
demonic, friend.
I feel
You're
like
going to die. And one day when you die, you're going to be with him whether you like it or not. And I don't want him to look at me when I die and say, I've been calling you all your life. Now through death, you've had to come. I said, come. For those of you that don't believe that, friend, you need to read your Bible.
Read your Bible. Ignore that. Look, it's canned water. Yes. I think Jesus would be chill with furries. Like, that's the thing. I remember seeing it of, like, Alex Turing or whatnot. There was, like, some furry meme of, like, if Alex Turing existed nowadays, like, would he be chill with furries? And it's like, yeah, he'd probably be fond of it. But it's like, you know, you just think about it. Like, would they be chill with furries? It's like, oh, yeah, they're chill. You know? I feel like Jesus would be a chill guy and want to party and drink and chill. Alan Turing, not Alex Turing. Why did I think Alex Turing? But you know what I meant. I saw some meme about it, and it was very complicated when I was doing, like, a furry meme review thing. But, yeah, that whole thing was interesting. But, yeah, point being, Coon Preacher. I don't really know what to say with regards to it. I just keep forgetting I have that as a redeem. But shout out to Dragon and Princess for keeping the whole thing alive. I appreciate you guys. You have to wake up at 5 a.m.? Go to bed. Take some melatonin and go to bed. Wait, granted, I don't know what time it is for you, so depends, you know. But go to sleep and get some rest. Get some rest on your end. I'll give you a head pet so you go to bed. There you go. There you go.
That's right. The square hole.
Square hole. There's the square hole. Look at that.
What was #1 redeem last month?
I think the #1 redeem last month, or at least the one before. I haven't gotten my breakdown for, like, the sound alerts thing, but I remember the month before was just Metal Pipe, and I think it was exclusively Random Person or Lamppost. I keep forgetting your new name is Lamppost. It was exclusively Lamppost redeeming that. Like, I love it. I love you guys. I appreciate you. And also thank you for the bits and the sound redeemer alerts. I appreciate it a lot, guys. May I have head pats as well? Well, you said, may I. But include a please next time, okay? Please is very important. Please is a magic word. And placement of please does matter. Matters to him. Matters to me. I can't... That is, like, one of the oldest sounds that I think I've had on YouTube. Like, the Filthy Frank moaning sound. And that's exclusively from his mixtape video. Filthy Frank didn't age well, but at the same time, it was an era. We grew past it. And of course, thank you for saying thank you, Alson. Oh. But yeah, guys, I have been doing a lot of just kind of decompressing. I didn't realize that after Furpoc, I was so overly exhausted with, like, completely ruining my sleep schedule.
We got Joji out of Filthy Frank.
We did get Joji out of Filthy Frank. What was so funny, I know this clip is taken out of context so much, and there's probably some specific explanation for it. But I know you guys have seen it too. You know that clip of, like, I think Joji was on, like, a podcast, and then I think Ethan, wasn't it Ethan Klein? H3H3, I think. I can't remember the dude. I never watched him growing up. I watched exclusively, like, Pyrocynical and Leafy, sadly, and Filthy Frank, just because it was like, you know, funny at the time. But, you know, it didn't age well, so, you know, watch other stuff. But I remember there was like an interview or podcast or something, and like Ethan was saying some wild shit, which I feel like, you know, par for the course. And like you could see in the back, you know, Joji was just sitting in on it and listening. And as like Ethan or H3HD says like the most out of pocket, batshit crazy thing, you just see Joji make the face of like I don't know about this one.
That's
Which
right.
if you're getting a reaction out of him from something you're saying, you know what you're saying isn't great. But I see that pop up every so often. It's such a funny clip, but the context of what is being talked about is not great at all. It is very bad. Jesus. Thank you for all the sound alerts, guys. I appreciate it. I appreciate you guys. Switching up the different water now. My first time here, you're a complete idol of mine, so yeah. Look, all I could ask, first off, thank you for stopping by, Little Pup Ryla. I appreciate it. Sorry things are so chaotic here, but that's par for the course. I appreciate that you enjoy what I do. It means a lot. I'm just kind of a guy here. I'm just kind of a guy, but I'm glad that what I do has that meaning and that impression on you. That's the thing that I've tried to do as well. I kind of want to like minimize, as much as people do really look up to what I do, I want to minimize it by the fact that, you know, I'm just a guy. You know, I appreciate that you think I'm an idol or a pillar of the fandom, but I'm just here. You know,
I wish I was in your streams earlier on.
Honestly, Dragon, there's more to come. I'm not going anywhere as far as I know. You know, I know I had like my little kind of burnt out thing earlier on this week, but like I don't hate content creation or video making. I hate using content creation as a phrase. It's just so it's kind of yucky for me, but that's just like kind of the correct term, you know, to use, that everyone kind of use. Is this a floaty dog that should give me head pats? See? Did someone say Beyblades? Beyblades, exactly. We're going to be talking about that later. Well, not specifically Beyblades, but me using and playing with Beyblades for that matter. Ooh. But yeah. But regardless, you know, I'm just a guy. I'm just here, and I just kind of want to share my experiences, and this is kind of it. I'm having a good week, all things considered. Also, Jackpon, thank you for the raid. I greatly appreciate it. Is it Jack Soon or Jack So?
Give me your chromosomes. Play button. So you can have my chromosomes.
Those are all such old sound alerts too. They're so old, but I love using them. I love having them, and I never removed them, but I'm glad that I didn't, because they're just so funny. I love it. And thank you guys for the sound alert redeems. I do appreciate it. It does support the stream and what I do. But yeah, I love the chaos. I do too. It's fun. Jake needs more soundboard stuff. I had an answer but got distracted. That is A-okay. How do you say your name? How do you pronounce it? Also, Poof Woof, welcome on in. I love that name. And Umber Edits, welcome on in as well. Hello, hello. Hope everyone on the YouTube side is doing. Is the quality okay? Just want to check in on the YouTube side because things are a bit wonky and weird all the time. 'Tis life as we know it. So yeah, just want to make sure. Jax Oon, like one. Oon. I do read YouTube chat. At least I have it up. It's just hard for me to read all at once, and usually it's kind of... I like to consider it this way. I don't ignore different chats. It's just for me, whenever chat is going, regardless of whether it's Twitch or YouTube or whatever it is, I might miss messages. Like, even if I'm exclusively streaming on Twitch, I'm still going to miss a couple of, like, the messages that come up. That's just how it is. And outside of that, you know, it's not like I'm trying to focus on one or another. It's just, you know, whatever comes up and pops up on that little screen right here. There's like this little box on my OBS window that shows chat messages, and I just read what comes up, and I can't really scroll back up on it for some reason. I don't know why that's not a feature on this. But yeah, point being, I don't ignore it. I do try to read it, and yeah, that's it. Which one is your favorite of your furry OCs? I mean, probably my Aussie ship, my personal one. The other two, you know, I like Levi. He's got a vibe. He's the weird dog, saucy dog that was supposed to be kind of my escape into the adult sphere, but at the same time, I don't give a fuck. And then Maverick is the people person. He's like the person persona. You know, it's just like, I've been thinking about that too. Maybe I'll do a few like either streams or videos at some point. I actually have like a few streams that I want to do in the coming future. I did ask people to send me their Furcon characters, because I am genuinely thinking of turning Maverick into a Furcon, because I love the fucking species, and Maverick as a Furcon is actually kind of hot a little bit. But point being, might do that for a stream, go over Furcon personas, and potentially for a video, I want to do one kind of revisiting Maverick to the extent of discussing parasocial relationships, which I've realized isn't just, you know, me experiencing it or any known creators, but also a lot of people kind of experience it in general, because, you know, the main space for furry outside of cons is social media, and so you're going to have like an impression that's left in how people interpret you, or I guess interact with you based on your character, and it might not line up with what people have set for their own characters, you know, or the joke that of their character having a set niche specific thing might be overdone. And so I want to visit that at some point. I want to visit that. Also, I do agree, Cobalt. Maverick as a Furcon would be pretty nice. Also, look at those drones. At least 2 drones. Well, listen to the drones. There was a lot of drones there. But yeah, for my own personal favorite character, it would probably be Beta, my Aussie Shep, which I do feature a little bit. He's not really going to be like, oh, I'm going to get character stills of him, you know, sort of thing. I'm just gonna have him as my own personal character that I enjoy, that represents me as uniform Beta Ben. Yeah, you know, that's that. Also, we love Frey Shameless. I hope Frey's been doing well. Is he live now? He's usually live at around like 8 p.m, right? I gotta check in and say hi with him. I hope he's well. But yeah, remember that Arcanine Sona we came up with, specifically the one from PMD with a life jacket? I sort of remember it. I don't exactly remember. Maybe I'll make like an Arcanine Sona. I've wanted to make some sort of Poke Sona. And honestly, Arcanine is my favorite Pokemon. So, it would actually be kind of fitting. You know, big fluffy doggy. But I have to make a custom one, and I already have to make the rest of my D&D character for a D&D campaign that I'm starting up again. And it's going to be fun, and I'm going to be an owl. And it's a way for me to test maybe having a potential replacement for, like, the furry info vid stuff with, like, that character or that Sona being an owl, because I kind of see myself with that to some extent. I mean, with the glasses, too. I don't know. Furrymon? Yeah, sure. Yeah. So to get the courage to reveal myself and follow on Twitch decides to crash out. Ah, that's fair. You know, it works out for certain people. That's why I wanted to have the stream availability on other platforms, just so I can, like, everyone can watch it at their own pace. Some people like watching the VODs on YouTube. I feel like Twitch VODs are a lot harder to actually watch, at least from experience with trying to go through them, but still. Yeah. Also, did I get a message or something that I was going to go through? I forgot there was, like, some message. Oh, yeah, someone sent, like, a huge lengthy message that I was going to go over. I do apologize. I have been so behind with reading messages. I guess I think furry drama is crazy because, yes, I admit I've started to join the fandom with the blue healer dog breed as my Sona, but in the grand scheme of things, I see it no more than my favorite D&D character class being a druid. It's not that serious to me. It's just something fun to do. Yeah, and that's the thing with a lot of furry drama in general. Like, yeah, there are genuine, like, topics that need to be discussed about, like, boundaries, about comfortabilities, about people enjoying things, and, you know, consenting adult stuff, usual stuff. I know that's kind of the theme for the past few months or so when it comes to the adult side of the fandom or NSFW stuff. But, like, point being, when it comes to a lot of, like, the infighting or bickering about, like, fursuit prices, furry art prices, you know, a lot of that just kind of boils down to, I have an opinion that differs from this other opinion, and then it spirals out into, instead of opinion, it's matter of fact, or this should be this way, when that's not necessarily the case. And a lot of it is just, like, doesn't really affect anything. You know, I cover it for the sake of, I hope to come to some conclusion and people think more, but I also kind of realize, especially with how social media has been a lot more recently, miserable people want to be miserable. I know that's kind of an assumption, but with seeing the kind of cycle that happens, it's like, you know, if you want to argue about it, cool. But I feel like there's some constructive discussion, but even if that's not happening, like, I don't know. So that's why for me, you know, I've taken the stance kind of like what you said as well. Like, I just want to enjoy the community. I want to enjoy this hobby. And that's what I got to do at Furpoc this weekend. And it was great. And I genuinely hope that people get to have the experience at furry conventions that I did. Not to the extent of being, you know, my own personal experience, but just having a very fulfilling, loving, confidence-boosting experience from how you're treated, the people you get to meet, the adventures you get to go on, and getting to try new things within your comfortability, but, like, kind of just spreading yourself out socially to grow more as a person. That's honestly something that I hope everyone gets to enjoy in their fandom experience, because the goal is to go to cons and meet people and socialize and be big fluffy weirdos and have that safe space and that escape. And so to some extent, you know, the whole thing with like online drama or like, oh, this person isn't acting the way I want to see, oh, I don't like this person, therefore we're going to cause harm or create shit or put shit on them. And it's just like it gets a little high school-y. You know, that's why I compare social media to the extent of, like, the high school cafeteria tables. You know, not everyone's going to be pleased, and some people want there to be issues or want people to be not liked. I remember there was, like, some video that I saw that was a genuine, like, study on, like, the state of, like, social media in the world. And how there was, like, some comparison of, like, why people have this tendency to, like, dunk on others when it comes to, like, drama and stuff. Like, oh, this person is lesser than me, and I'm more superior to them. And a lot of that comes down to, you know, either trying to find your own place, lack of confidence, lack of self-happiness or self-love. There's a lot of factors with it, and it could be none of those or all of those at the same time. But whenever it comes to, you know, dunking on someone you see that is inferior, whether they enjoy a certain thing in the furry fandom, or they have a fursuit or don't have a fursuit, or are doing well, a lot of it ends up being like, okay, I don't like this person, or I don't want to be seen as equal to this person, therefore I want them to be lesser than me. And so that's why you have a lot of, like, the quote retweet dunking sessions of, like, I want to be superior. I want this person to seem lesser than me. And that's why you have a lot of the cycles that happen of people trying to one-up one another. Quote retweets. Dunking on one another. I know there's some specific to it. I gotta find the clip. From that video that I was, like, researching and talking about. It's in some Google Doc for, like, a lengthy video essay that I wanted to do that I just forgot about, which is plenty of those videos that I've had planned but never did. So yeah, point being, it's just a matter of, you know, projection and insecurity, and it's just like, we're all just here to be big weirdos at the end of the day. That's why cons for me, especially smaller cons, are so nice, because it's just a reminder of what I joined the furry fandom for and what a lot of us enjoyed it for in the first place. It isn't to, you know, one up others and seem like a better furry fluffy animal. We're all just here to enjoy it. That's why, like, the whole thing that I see that happens often of, like, oh, I hate furries, as someone who's, like, a furry. Someone will say that, and, like, some drama will happen. Someone will be seen as either a bad person or projected to be a bad person, and there'll always be people that are like, oh, this is why I hate furries. I hate furries. It's like, dude, you're here too. No one's going to see you as, like, better than this other person. Who are you trying to flex on? Who are you trying to be seen as better at? You're, like, furry 1, furry 2. There's no difference in how anyone is going to view that. You know, you're here with the rest of us. I don't know what you're seeing is like, oh, I hate furries. Like, but that doesn't make you seem better than anyone. What are you talking about? You're in the same shit show as the rest of us. Have a drink and have a good time, but most of the time, the people in that demographic can't even have drinks, you know? That's why, like, when it comes to cons and how I've, like, balanced them, I just go in to have a good time. And I know people will come to me and be like, wow, Beta, I didn't expect you to be in X space or, like, Y space or be around in a con space. I'm like, what do you mean? I'm just here. I'm just here and want to have a good time. And I want that to be kind of the vibe that's set out. I'm a person just like you, just like anyone else watching this, anyone else that's at a Furcon or not. I'm just here and want to have a good time as person Beta, outside of being YouTuber, streamer, partner, sponsored, guest of honor, whatever you see it as, you know? I'm just a guy behind all those numbers. And that's just what I want what I want to be seen as. That's all I could ask for. And that's what I try to do at cons, and that's how I've really just enjoyed the best of it, honestly. I like beta. I like Russ. Russ is really cool. You joined at the tail end of a beta rant, and I'm about to go over my Furpoc experience, Russ. Can we get a shout out for Russ in the chat, by the way? Lovely streamer friend. I hope you're doing well, Russ. I miss your face. Guys, I don't know if I told you the story, but like, Russ ran up to me.
Tired of the gatekeepers.
Yeah, gatekeeping too, which also doesn't do anything. It's just, if you just ignore a lot of what people say on social media and just enjoy your time, you're gonna do fine, honestly. People try to gatekeep, and I'm like, wow, it's crazy. Anyways, what were we doing? Oh yeah, Persona complimenting. That's fun. But guys, little palate cleanser for the rant. I had a really fun experience with Russ at MFF last year, and I don't remember if I told you that or not during my con recap. But when I was chilling outside the registration space, you know, when Reg opens at MFF, it's in like the big con space, you know, downstairs where there's like the Starbucks and then like usually like a drink or food area. There's like that huge hall that's used for like registration. I was chilling outside of Reg with my buddy Coyote, and I had just finished Reg, and Russ was asking what I was up to. He's like, I miss beta. How is beta? And I'm like, oh, I'm good. And then I sent a picture of like, I think it was like the top left of my head outside the space. Like you could see a little bit of the sign for the space. And within seconds, Russ runs over to me, like sits by me. He's like, oh my God, are you the beta? I love and miss beta. I was shocked. Like I sent the message, and I'm like, oh, I'll hopefully find Russ. Maybe he'll come to me. And then I look up, and I just see Russ running at me. And for like the first 2 seconds, I was scared. But then I'm like, oh my God, it's Russ. I love Russ. And then he saw me. So within not even 10 seconds, he was over and by me. So yeah, that is the fastest anyone has found me at a con based on context clues or information of where I might be. It's like finding Where's Waldo, and Russ just won permanently. He's the world record holder for finding beta. How about that, Russ? You can have that title, the record holder for speed running finding beta. It was so funny in context. See, that's why I love cons. You can't have experiences like that on furry social media or social media in general. You can have that at cons with friends. God, I love cons, man. I hope you guys get to experience it the way that I have, because it is so good. It is so fun, genuinely. I forgot to put out my stream notifications. I am so sorry about that. I forgot to do that. Oh. But Russ, I hope you're doing well. I don't know if we got a shout out for Russ in the chat or not, but go and check out my friend Russ. He's good soup. He opens commissions first of the month. Go commission him. I gotta commission him, but I gotta save money, so
Russ
probably
has the nose, and the nose knows.
Russ has the nose. Good. He can smell beta. He could smell me. What do I smell like, Russ? What is the scent of? I don't know how much I want to go into this, but what is the scent of beta like? Piss? Well, rip me. And I'm glad you're doing well. I love cons so much. I wish I wasn't poor. Yeah, I wish I could do cons more, but also, like, I know my own social battery, so that's why, even though I could probably feasibly do cons, it's just like, I'd rather save money and not go into a con socially spent so I can enjoy it when I actually go to it. Because I've had many cons that I have done, like, the con gauntlet for, where I go to one and then I go to another, like, not even a week after, and I'm just so exhausted that I don't really get to fully enjoy the weekend because my battery is just dead. So that's why, for me, I just like spacing it out, and I feel like that is the better option to do. Chlorine. I smell like chlorine from the pool because I'm a floaty dog. You know what? Maybe that's my smell. Maybe I smell like chlorine. Or like freshly unboxed, like, inflatables. Have you ever had that where you, like, open an inflatable for the first time and it's got the, like, kind of factory plasticky smell? It's probably the smell of Levi, because it's just, like, constantly life jack, and it's like whenever he goes around and walks around, you just hear, like, squeak, 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 and whenever he walks, because, yeah. Plug yourself into a wall, then. Oh, whoa. plugging the bait. Let's stop that.
Self-care is important. It's
Absolutely.
no fun if you aren't having a good time.
Yeah, that is very, very important, whether you go to a con or whatever you're doing. Don't burn yourself out. Don't overdo it because of FOMO, because you have your limits, and that's what I learned very, very
Squidward
quickly.
walks SFX whenever Levi stomps.
Squidward walks. Okay, you know what? I kind of like that better. Squidward walks SFX. We're going to write that down. Levi walking equals Squidward walking sound. And I feel like my Aussie Shep Beta would probably just be like the inflatable squeaking, creaking sound. That would just be him. Blessed be. Sorry about that. But also, thank you for the bits, by the way. Princess and Dragon. I appreciate that. What do you mean continue? Why are you telling me to continue this? What do you want from me? Yes. Going to MFF for the first time this year, and I'm also my first Furcon in general. I'm hyped. I hope you have a good time. I will not be going to MFF just because I want to save some money and kind of enjoy this season of the year.
The square hole.
Like, especially because near the end of November, I have so many, like, Friendsgivings and, like, Thanksgiving, like, party events that I'm going to. I am going to be so exhausted. Actually, some good news, chat. And I don't know if I'm going to do this for a video or not, but I am going to the premiere of Zootopia 2 in fursuit with a bunch of other furries in a theater that's nearly sold out with other furries who are probably going to be in fursuit. And it is going to be really, really, really fun. So I could do a Zootopia 2 movie review, kind of, not pyrocynical, Moist Critical-esque. Like, for furries, is Zootopia 2 good? Then I just started with, yes. Anyways, let's get on to the meat and potatoes of this. You know? Or I just make a YouTube short that's like, is Zootopia 2 good? Yeah. Which I think is going to actually be really good. It has potential. Like, there's like, right now, for even like furry bait characters of the year, we have like the bat character from Dispatch, which I still would like to play through that at some point. Maybe. I'll think about it. And then you have like whatever Zootopia 2 character is going to come to be. And it's going to be between those two, the furry bait character of the year. And I'm actually kind of excited to see what's going to happen with it. I think it's going to default to Zootopia 2, if I'm being honest, just because movies are a bit more accessible and like video games are. As much as I would like it to be the Charles Moist Bat character, because I feel like having him as a furry bait character, like, come on, he is so chill with furries. Absolutely chill beyond belief. So that's why I would honestly love to see that happen, but I don't know if it will or not. Instead of the moist meter, we get the piss meter. Yeah, sure. How much did I piss while at Zootopia 2? How much did I piss my pants at Zootopia 2? At least nearly a liter. That's actually a lot. A lot of piss, I think. That's probably no good. See what I mean? There's a hole in this straw, so it makes a weird noise. That's what I sound like after milk. Anyways, we've been hanging out for a bit. I've been yapping for way too long, and we haven't even gone on to our con recap. There's so many pictures and experiences and memories and good times to go through. So that's what I want to do today. That is the point of this stream. The Furpocalypse 2025 Furry Convention Recap, which I think it should... Hey, there we go. Yeah, so this was the recap that I have been working on for the past, give or take, 2 to 3 days or so, ever since getting back. There is a lot to go through. Hi, YouTube. I mean, it might be a hi, YouTube. I forgot to throw on chat. Whoopsies. I got to throw that on and that on. Oh, my goodness. I'm so bad at this. But hi, YouTube. I don't know if this is going to be our usual con recap edited. I've just gotten to the point where editing down these con recaps... Hello. Ow. Same, though. Same. But thank you for very loud excitement. I appreciate the energy brought into this con recap. Where did that come from? That is a lovely little sound redeem, courtesy of Lamppost. But either way, Furpocalypse 2025, or Furpoc 2025, a technically local furry convention to me, takes place in Stamford, Connecticut. Don't know the exact hotel and area, but let me tell you, it's got some backrooms vibes. It's out in kind of like a business, suite area in the back. And honestly, it's a pretty cool location. The vibes are neat. See, that was me after like Saturday night at like 12 a.m. or like 12:30 in the morning at Furpoc. Look, it was an awesome time. I went on some amazing adventures with friends, got some good noms, some good food, did a couple of panels on my end, and the second one I will talk about very, very briefly because I can't really get into it. But overall, Furpoc for me this last year, or this year rather, this last year? Yeah, I can't really speak. Furpoc for me this last weekend was probably the best personal development con for me. Not just as, Beta, Ada, Delota, but as Beta, or the person me, with stepping outside of my comfort zone, doing some new and different things that, honestly, I'm so glad that I got to try. With regards to pushing my personal boundaries, well, not boundaries, pushing my social boundaries, pushing the boundaries of, like, comfortability with putting myself outside of my comfort zone, trying new things, being more social, trying something new and different from what I'm used to, because you know me, I kind of just sit here and do the usual routine of sit, make videos, and usual stuff. Occasionally, I go out during weekends and hang out with friends, go grab drinks, go get food, and so I got to do that this con, but I got to try some new things along with it. And because it was a local con, I'm used to the usual routine of, like, going around in a convention space, fursuiting, getting food in the evening, running back at the Cheesecake Factory like we have for years and years. It's like the third year now that we've done it. And honestly, I came back from this con feeling filled with so much love, don't take that out of context, and so much confidence with who I am and the person that I want to be and what I want to enjoy. And just, I'm glad. I needed this. I needed this weekend, and even though I came back super exhausted beyond belief, I'm glad I still got to experience it with some really, really close friends, and the people that I did, the parties that I went to, the panels that I got to do, not just my furry content creator panel, or the introduction to content creation rant that I did, but just, like, getting to explore around, getting to bring back the con vlog again, getting to say hi to people, actually have some, like, conversations while yapping about, and it was just such a revitalizing and rejuvenating con for me. I came back with the energy that I really needed to kind of just go into the next arc of me. So for me, this is a lot more meaningful of a con, and honestly, it's going to take some time to really get to that point on why that was, but just know I had an awesome time. It was a medium to smaller size con, definitely not nearly the size of, like, Megaplex or MFF or FWA, but for me, I feel like I enjoy that sort of small, intimate con experience. And ever since coming back from Awustria, which that I would consider a small to medium-sized con as well, it was a lot more intimate and chill. And so coming back from that, I was really excited for Furpoc, and Furpoc delivered on that. And I'm so glad with every single experience that I had, even if it might not have been the best. It wasn't perfect. There wasn't any perfect con experience. No such thing as a perfect con. Despite many small downsides, I still had an awesome time at the end of it, and that's all you can really ask for. And I hope that everyone gets to have the experience to an extent that I did at the con, with having good friends to go around with, good fursuiting experiences, amazing food, and traveling, and getting to meet new people, and getting to try new things, step out of the comfort zone of, your social limits, and get to meet new people, because we're all big weirdos at the end of the day, and it's a social experience in and of itself. And I'm always learning something new with this con, or always learning something new whenever I go to cons. So, yeah. And also, this is the first con recap where I am implementing a couple of screen caps and pictures that I took from the footage for the con vlog, which will happen at some point for Furpoc 2025, because I did want to try doing one of the OG con vlogs with, the montage of fursuiters with, like, hype music in the back, and then cut to, like, a random nonchalant funny moment and all that. I have, like, hundreds of gigabytes of footage from that con, whether that's B-roll or experiences that I had, and I took some screenshots and screen caps and added them into the con recap. So you have a better fleshed experience of what my kind of day-to-day was like at this weekend at the con. So yeah, for those that don't know, Furpocalypse is kind of like the every year Halloween convention for me. It takes place in Connecticut, and it's almost always during Halloween, especially like Halloween weekend this year it was. And so like that Friday, so fucking fun, you know, playing Beyblade. Literally, if you want to know when the Beyblade happened, it was Friday night. Beta breaks the cycle and annoys people. B2 Uchiha plays Beyblade. There's a whole thing with this. But point being, got to start from the beginning. So, do you actually ate here? I had one meal a day. I did not eat at the hotel. I would just get like food and leftovers, or like order pizza with friends. And so many people were like ordering food. I did not eat the food at the hotel. Would not advise. I'm always surprised with all the pics you take. Whenever I'm at a con, I'm lucky to take more than like 15 because I just never ever pull up my phone. I try to just to capture the experience, and a lot of times I come back with hundreds of thousands of pictures from the con, like outside of like screen caps that I had. I think I had like nearly 1,000 pictures, and I had to like go through them, narrow them down, and see which ones I wanted to add into the recap. And there were plenty here. Con pizza? No. We had really good pizza. We had New Haven style pizza, and it was arguably the best slice of pizza that I have ever had. And I mean that. And I haven't had many slices of pizza, if I'm being honest. Also, I forgot to say as well, thank you, Dragon, for the gifted sub and for the bits. Cheesecake Factory, make beta thick again. Look, you're going to get some pictures of beta eating some pretty heavy food. Hi. And beta trying to feed you food, because some people like that, I guess. I don't know. But point being, for me, cons usually go from like Wednesday to Monday. This con for me, it started Thursday and it ended Sunday evening. I know I could have stayed until Monday. I had the room until Monday. But personally, I just kind of wanted to get back and sleep in my own bed because my back was killing me from the mattresses in that hotel. Literally the first night I slept at Furpoc, like my back hurt so fucking bad. It hurt so bad. Like I've had this like knot in the upper, I guess like lower shoulder blade on the right, and it has hurt so much. It's gotten better slowly, but like it was just from the first night of sleeping there. I'm like, oh yeah, this isn't gonna last long. This is gonna be good for me. But regardless, I still had a good time. Went from Thursday to Monday for the con. Wednesday is the errands day, or like the day before I leave for the con is always like errands, you know, go and get your hair cut. I went and got my hair cut. This is what my hair looked like before. This is it after. A little too short, but honestly, I vibe with it. Like the haircut. Went to Costco to pick up some like waters, some seltzers, some Halloween candy. Really wanted to get this Roomba, but that didn't look like the best Roomba to get. Was recommended this one, but that was like $600, so probably not. But for next time, I'll get it. Next time. And this is the haul of the food that I got. Got some like eggs for meal prep for the next week, which I still haven't done. Had to get a Costco hot dog and a chicken bake. You just can't not. A whole thing of Tito's, because, you know, why not? You know, extra booze. Frozen berries, seltzers, waters, you know, the usual routine of stuff. Getting stuff for the con. Which makes it good, because...
How much were the eggs?
I think they were like $5, which isn't bad. I mean, that's pretty good for like, what, like, how many eggs is that? 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24, 24 eggs. Like $5, $6 for eggs. Pretty good. Costco water slaps. It really does. This whole 40 bottle case was, I think, like $6 or $7. That's pretty good for a bunch of water bottles. And we didn't even get through the whole pack before the end of the con. You mix your Tito's with anything? I mixed it with Monsters all weekend. I mix my Tito's with another shot of Tito's. I don't really do chasers or like mixtures. I mean, sometimes I do. Sometimes I'll just mix it with straight up the seltzer. I'm just a bold guy. I just want to get... It's kind of bad. It's kind of bad. I just kind of want to get there to some extent. That's weird to say, but you know what I mean, hopefully. But yeah, this is my haul for the con. Got a bunch of food and a bunch of snacks, and that's the benefit of having a local convention, because most of the time when I'm going to cons, I'm flying. You know, I have to fly from the airport. Can't really bring much with me in terms of food or like just in terms of refreshments. So I have to usually just bring my fursuit stuff, my clothes, and then hope that I can maybe do like a booze or drink or snack run when I get to the con. But the benefit of being at a local con is when I'm taking my car and driving there, I can fill my car with everything that I need. And so for me, I bring a whole pack of waters for friends. I bring a whole thing of seltzers for friends. I picked up some Halloween candy the day after, and that bag was pretty popular in my room. Let me tell you that. Everyone's like, oh, we're not going to eat the Halloween candy. I'm like, sure. Let's see how that goes. And like the bag is half empty now, which is pretty funny. And people are snacking on it, which makes me happy. But yeah, with local cons, the benefit is you can bring more crap. And that's what I did. I had a lot of stuff, which you'll see in the next few days of what I ended up packing. But overnight, or I guess 3 in the fucking morning on Thursday, this is what my power outlet looked like directly behind me. A lot of things charging, gimbal charging, laptop charging for my presentation, for my panel and introduction to content creation, my charger charging. On the desk I have my iPad charging and maybe another thing charging, and this wireless headphone case charging. A lot of things were going at once. This was not exactly best, I'm just saying. But yeah, this was what it looked like. My little portable bank charger has Vile saying your mom on it. Don't know where I got the your mom sticker, but I threw Vile on there, and yeah, that's him saying your mom. Look at how much charge is needed. I don't like that. I was slamming down Tito's with monsters at Setsuna's party. I should have probably stopped by to that party, but I was already heading home at that point, so hope you had a good time that Sunday evening. When's the next con you're flying out for? I'm planning MFF, but they're talking about canceling flights, and I'm getting nervous. That's also why I'm not doing any flying out cons till a while, because I know some flights are going to be canceled because of the lovely stuff going on right now. But I think the only con that I'm flying out for in the foreseeable future is the one in April, but I can't really talk about that yet, but I'll probably book flights at some point in like February is ideally when it would be. But yeah, good luck to you on that, Helix. I'm very, very sorry that is that's in jeopardy. It's in jeopardy for a lot of folks. That's why it's going to be interesting to see what happens with MFF this year. You know, I wish I could have gotten a room, would love to have gone, but I'm also like a little conned out, so want to enjoy early December, at least on my end. So yeah, but regardless, charging all my stuff. This is what it looks like the night before whenever I'm getting ready for a con. I'm usually packing and charging all of my electronics, and yeah, things were going nuts. So hey, there's me flashbanging myself at 3 a.m., being sleep deprived and exhausted. But hey, I'm charging everything. I was charging my iPad too, and then I had my little air filter thing in there, air purifier in there. Yeah, that's pretty good. There's Taliesin is Cynthia. We love that. If you want to know how sticker bomb my iPad case is, this is what it looks like. Pretty good, if you ask me. Good distribution, good space orientation. I like it. I like it. And then just like an overall look at what my charging stations looked like. So pretty much Wednesday for me was like last second stream, pack, get things charged, get everything together, and then see if I can head out early Thursday to get to the con. Getting to the con didn't happen until around like 7 to 8 p.m. on that Thursday. I was very late to the start of the day, ended up starting it, and got a nice coffee. They ended up having, I wanted to treat myself, get like a nice Starbucks. I got this like protein cold foam thing. It's kind of like chocolate milk. Wouldn't pay that again for this, truthfully. I'm more of just a simple coffee and oat milk kind of gal in my book. So yeah, it was okay, but it was a nice little treat. And then I saw that FWA rooms were going to be opening at 2 p.m. that Friday, literally after my presentation for my panel of Introduction to Furry Content Creation, or in quotes, content creation. So literally after my panel, I'd have to book it back to my room, get everything set up in order to get my room, which, yeah, I ended up getting a room at FWA, but it was just funny how that is, because I want to do a video kind of going over at some point, you know, how to get furry convention rooms to an extent. You know, I know that's a big thing. There's a big competitive nature of it with cons growing more and more and more. And so a lot of people are like fighting for rooms and all that. So yeah, but point being, had this announcement. I'm like, oh boy, I'm going to pin this and I'm going to put on notifications for FWA. I'm going to let my friends know who I want a room with. So yeah, But after that, pretty much just got my day started with making sure my videos were scheduled and ready for the weekend. Only really got one video, so that's a bummer. But if you saw the video last Thursday, that was the video that I uploaded. And then Sunday, didn't really upload anything. I've been all over the place, but I decided, you know what? I'm on vacation. I want to enjoy my con and just focus on that and not be so overwhelmed by trying to get stuff out. So I pretty much spent the day packing. This is what I was bringing with me to the con. Fursuit suitcase, luggage, personal item suitcase, fursuit head, backpack with all my electronics and stuff, and then stuff in there. Yeah. Look, you can presume what it is. You know, I'm going to a local con. I'm gonna bring some fun stuff, and especially if I have the space to bring it, I'm gonna bring it. But on top of that, I brought the water bottles, the seltzers, which were a really big hit, and then I did a quick pit stop to get a bag of candy at Costco. This fucker was $25. Granted, I got it a day before Halloween, so that's kind of my bad. But it was a pretty big hit, and I had all the classics in there, so yeah, we ended up getting, like, I think about not even halfway through the whole bag of Halloween candy, so yeah, I snack on it here and there. You know me, I love my Reese's Peanut Butter Cups. Those are my favorite candies. There's a picture of me flashbanging myself. There's a picture of me in the rain as it's downpouring, because of course I time my drive to Furpoc when there is a downpour happening, and it's miserable to drive. So yeah, it was a little sad, because I'm like, all right, I got everything together. Let's head out the door, and it's pouring, so yeah.
Can I have one piece, please?
Quint says, I don't have any of the candy on me. I actually gave it to my buddy Ryder to bring back, and he's been snacking on it. But I'll pretend to feed you a piece of candy now. Here comes the airplane. Wow, very good. Do you like the half-eaten Almond Joy? Did that do it for you? Weather sucked on the way in. It was bad. I could have timed it of, like, leaving earlier. Like, I had plans to leave at, like, 2, 3 p.m. and get there at 4, 5 p.m. or so, just in time for check-in. And I was already checked in the hotel because I had, like, the early reservation, and I think, like, my account had, like, points on it, and I was, like, an elite member or something. I don't know how that works, but they're like, hey, you have your room number. I'm like, okay. And, yeah, I timed it so late where I ended up leaving, I think, at like 6 p.m. or so, right before, like, Costco was closing. So I stopped in my fucking weirdo-ass hoodie and went and got a shit ton of Halloween candy. And, of course, I was hungry and hadn't eaten that day, so I scarfed down a Costco hot dog in the car as I'm having a moment, realizing, yep, Costco hot dogs are really the best thing ever. So, yeah. After that, I drove there and ended up getting there. The fun thing is I ended up parking in the same exact spot in that big parking garage underneath the hotel, which is where I ended up parking for the con, you know, usual stuff. I was in the same exact spot that I was last year, where you just keep going down, keep looping down, and then you take like a left, and there's like a little ramp that goes up into an extra area, and the front 3 spots were entirely open, and so I just pulled into the exact same spot that I had last year, and that spot ended up getting taken when I left to go and get food like the next day or two after. But it was really funny that I was running it back in pretty much the exact same way at that con up until that point, leaving super late into the evening. It rains, and then I park in the same spot. And honestly, I'm just gonna say this, and also this is what I was jammed out to on the way. If you've seen Hellsing Ultimate, you understand how much of a banger this song is, by my own Kurosaki. I don't know how to pronounce that, but yeah, I love their music, and I was introduced to them from the ending theme of Hellsing Ultimate episode 7 or 8. It was one of those, but yeah, love this song and love Hellsing Ultimate, one of my favorite animes, just saying. And also, hello everyone in YouTube chat. Hi. I want to say hi. Hello, Malo Lemon and Puppy. What an interesting name, Puppy Lover. Hope you all are doing well. But yeah, this is what I was jamming out to on the way there, as driving conditions were weird and everyone was driving very, very slow. So yeah, all of Connecticut was hit with flooding and intense rain that night. That was awful. I mean, it explains why there was this puddle on the way getting up into the parking garage, which is good, because if the parking garage flooded, I was a little bit better for wear if there was super flooding. Not that there would be, but yeah. Also,
Have you
Sentinel, thank you for the
watched the
7 month
abridged
resub.
version? Also a woof?
The abridged version is pretty good. I really loved the abridged version. Didn't age well in some ways, but it was still pretty funny. It was. I did see the abridged version. I still prefer the regular dub. Honestly, I'm more of like, I know I'm a sub kind of gal when it comes to anime, but for Hellsing Ultimate, which I guess is fitting for that time of year, you know, like Halloween, you know, Dracula, Alucard, spooky, zombie, skeleton themed, you know. I love Hellsing Ultimate, but God, I love the dub more. The dub it actually hits. Have you heard Alucard speak? That voice actor killed it. He killed it. I loved it. I loved it. Anyone with a Switch 2, you can do the Kirby Air Rides tutorial even if the test servers aren't live yet. I know nothing about Kirby Air Riders, but oh wait, aren't they like remaking it or something, or doing another version of it? I don't know, but still. Don't have a Nintendo Switch, let alone a Nintendo Switch 2. I would like to try playing the new Pokemon game at some point, but I'll be probably late to the party at that point. But yeah, ended up parking and getting settled. Pretty much all of that day for the con wasn't like any partying or drinking or anything. It was just kind of taking it easy, unpacking, getting settled, getting all the food that I needed, and just vibing, seeing what the con space was like, getting myself situated. I wasn't going to register for the con that evening because I heard that the line was a little bit too long, but I was just hanging out. So pretty much all of the pictures from that day are just like the parking garage, which honestly, I'm like one that loves the atmosphere and vibe of the convention space and like the surrounding hotel area, along with like the con itself. Like the con, the experiences are fun. I'm for one for really enjoying the spaces around it. And Furpoc, I like to consider it kind of like the Backrooms con. Like it takes place in like, you know, I feel like a business, like offices area, like off like the road, and you gotta like go in the back, and then there's like the hotel. It's hard to describe what it is, but the whole parking garage is kind of like a Backrooms in and of itself. Like look at, like this is like looking to the left, or I guess right, of where I parked in the space, and it's just like Backrooms parking garages, like just going for on and on and on. And he was so cool. I will never not love the vibe of Furpoc, specifically for the parking garage and like the hotel space being kind of Backrooms-esque. I enjoy it for that sense of it. I really do. And like even going into the con itself, like it's got like the spooky theme of it being in October with Halloween, and I just felt like so seasonally active for this con. For me, it literally is the Halloween con, and that's why I like Furpoc. It does look a level in some Backrooms games I've seen. Literally, like it's the pictures going around, and also like I think some people had asked like if the pop-up like little vendor area for I think like Animal Art Crimes and some other vendors had popped up in the parking garage. It did pop up there, but it was on like the main level heading into the convention space, which was really cool to see. Didn't really get any pictures or film it or anything, just because, you know, wanted to be courteous and conscientious. It technically wasn't in the con space, but also, you know, it's just like I just want to enjoy it. But yeah, that whole parking garage was such a vibe. There were people just like chilling down there, but the more deeper you got into it, the more like completely abandoned, not really abandoned, but just like no one was there, no spaces were filled. It was really cool, and I was just kind of like bringing in like the atmosphere of it. It was really cool to see. Like, so these are all the pictures that I took based on like the vlogging footage that I had. I just like went around, kind of got situated. I was going to check into the hotel, and these are the little screen caps that I took from that little footage that I got. And you can see it all in the back. All the space is just so Backrooms-esque. I love it. Imagine Furry Backrooms where you get hunted down by the boy kisser. That exists. That does exist. Can almost guarantee that exists. I can almost guarantee Five Nights at Boy Kissers exists. So yeah. But yeah, look at me, looking dapper as general. You know what was kind of funny about this? I was looking back at some old Furpoc photos from last year when I was having the exact same location, exact same pictures, with the exact same hoodie on. My face looks so much skinnier. And you can literally, I mean, I'm probably not doing it justice with the zoom ins and the weird out of context, you know, mouth breathing pictures that I take. But yeah, honestly, looking back and looking at it now, I'll go a lot better, and I'm really happy about it. So That makes me happy. I mean, you could literally look at last year's Furpoc recap. I don't even know if I uploaded it or not. But yeah, regardless, it was just nice to see and just kind of exploring the parking garage. There is still like the bottleneck hallway heading up into the con space with like barely any room for any of like the luggage carts or bringing your luggage up and down into the con space. You usually have to like drop it off at the front. But regardless, got everything situated, got the room. There was this whole thing for parking and whatnot. I paid it, even though I don't know if some people paid it or not. It was really weird because the rates were different, but yeah, there was this whole guest parking thing when I don't think there were any issues in the past. Little different thing. But point being, made it to the hotel room. It was pretty good, usual. 2 queen beds room. I was rooming with my friends as usual, Ryder, SK, and I think my roomie Frey and a couple of other friends I think stayed in between for a couple other points. And if you're thinking Frey, like Frey v Frey, no, different Frey, Kato friend Frey, but I always have to distinguish that, and it's really fun because the vibes are completely different between the two, and I love both of them because they're really, really sweet and really awesome. But this is the room that I had when I got in, and it was pretty nice. I got to vibe out in it, unpack. This is me looking like a lost child as soon as I got in. My hoodie doesn't even fit me anymore. For the record, this is a 3XL hoodie. Look at how, like, the sleeves are like bunched up in order to get my hands out of them. It kind of makes me happy to see that I'm just kind of like, I don't know. I'm just kind of looking at myself now versus how I used to be. I'm like, man, I've done good. Is that Kenny from South Park? Thanks, I hate it. You need to get a room at the main hotel? Where were you this year? Where was the other hotel? Was there another hotel for Furpoc? Look, Maine is always the go-to.
I lost my mom in the grocery store, look.
You know, that's funny because I did pull some shit like that when I was like a dumb kid. Where like, in a Toys R Us, I lost my mom for no more than 10 seconds. I looked around and could not find her. And so I go up to a random woman. I'm like, hi, I lost my mom. Can you help me? And then my mom's like, what the fuck? She's giving me the look like, you like 10 seconds, not even. Years and years back when I was like a wee lad. But point being, I was doing a bit of like, you know, con vlogging with, you know, the video, and so I was taking some pictures. So that's why you see a bunch of these weird out of context pictures and screen caps of me. Oh my goodness. But yeah, this is me going back and forth between the garage. Basically, I ended up taking some like trips to go to and from. The first run, I went up and brought my suitcases. I had like my whole other stuff with like my water bottles and like seltzers and my big bin that I needed to bring up. So I brought that up with like the luggage carts, I think, because the bin was very, very heavy. But yeah, I was just doing some trips in between. And then I realized I hadn't eaten at all, so I went and picked up some Wendy's. I did a run of that with the booze, ironically enough. But between then, I was curious to see if my usual coffee spot that I love going to was open. And lo and behold, Proof Coffee Roasters. The little half-mile walk into this like common park area with like a little like little pop-up coffee area. I did not mean to move that. A little pop-up coffee area was still open. So I was literally running it back this con with making the walk to Proof Coffee Roasters to get a coffee and sit there in this lovely open park where people are like walking their dogs, you know, hanging out, enjoying like the nice, you know, fall weather. And I got to do that the next day, and you'll see pics of it. But like, I was literally looking like, does this place still exist a year later? You know, because you never know. And it did. Which, if you need a separate space to go to if you're at Furpoc next year at the same location, if you want like some like chill getaway location from like the craziness of like the con space, go to Proof Coffee Roasters. It's just this like little park that has coffee there. You can chill, relax. That's where I go if I want to like vibe out and just kind of have some me time. And that's what I do when I want to go around. So yeah, if you want some recommendations, go to Proof Coffee Roasters. Not sponsored, obviously, but you know, just want to recommend places I go to. But I did my usual back and forth going between like the parking garage and the hotel, bringing things back and forth, me taking my little run that I was doing. This is what the con parking garage looked like. It was pretty cramped and crazy, but you know, once you get down to the bottom, there was plenty of space. I think I have one more picture of that somewhere. I do not. Might have one later. But yeah, ended up going for a quick run after I got all my stuff to pick up some Wendy's. I got my usual, like, biggie bag meals because there was, like, a deal that I had. I think this whole thing was, like, no more than 20 bucks, and I had all this leftover food for, like, the next day for, like, a snack or for lunch. That's what I did. I just vibed out. I worked on my introduction to content creation panel, which was happening the next day, that Friday morning, so I had to get up at, like, 8:30, 9 a.m. or so to go and grab a coffee, then get ready for the panel. And I wanted to do it again because, you know, like I said, I did my introduction to content creation set of panels at Awustria this last summer. And so I was thinking, you know, I want to keep doing those panels, but I want to improve on it slowly but surely each and every time. And so Furpoc was like the second con that I was doing with this panel to improve upon it since the last. And I want to keep doing these panels because I want people to get into YouTube or streaming or content creation in general. I hate the word for it, that's why I put it in parentheses, or the phrase for it, but it's still something I want people to get into because it has helped me in many ways that I hope it helps others. And so that's why I want to help people get into it. So that's why I was doing my panel, which the full VOD of the panel, or recording, whatever I did for the panel, should be up at some point in the future, whenever I decide to get it through. But point being, ended up just relaxing, eating some food, having a little bit of tink-tinks with the strawberry lemonade and the vodka. I did have a little bit of a mixture here, which was pretty nice. Just vibing out and relaxing while eating, and then just working on the panel. Shout out to Lemmy. He's, if you want to know who this is, it's the which is heavier, a kilogram of steel or a kilogram of feathers. That's this guy. He's pretty funny. He looks like me when I wake up. I like that. And also, look, I like Russ. He's pretty cool. Russ is pretty cool. And also, yeah, Snowy was streaming with Jake, so I stopped by and I recorded some video of Snowy having a moment with Jake, and I took some like pictures and screen caps, and these are the weird out of context pictures of Snowy during that stream that Thursday. So yeah. There's Snowy, there's Jake consoling Snowy, there's Snowy again looking like he's in deep thought. There's Snowy looking like, I don't know if he's in deep thought, but it looks like one eye is going off there, one's going up here. I don't know what's going on. Snowy's having a moment. There's Snowy having another moment, and then Snowy being done with everything. So yeah, that was the little pictures that I took while watching Snowy's stream at Furpoc. After I finished eating, I did some unpacking. If you want to know how I unpack my fursuit, this is how I do it. I have this little scuba gear hanger fan with a fan inside it, and I hang that up for my bodysuit, throw my foot paws or feet paws on the floor with like the sandals, and then whatever else that I need to use, whether that's like my padding or like my paws or any like collars or harnesses, leashes, any Under Armour, that goes in the above section in the closet, which you can see in full what that looks like. So bodysuit, feet paws, hand paws, extra indoor paws, leg padding. I just kind of like unpack and organize it just so it's all compact and in the space that it needs to. So if you're ever going to a con and you have a fursuit, would recommend just unpacking the fursuit, putting it in the closet, just so it's like out of the way and you can get in and out of fursuit whenever you need. Also, there's Russ. I love Russ. Hi, Russ. Look at this, Russ. You're really cool. Look, I like Russ. He's pretty cool. I added that into my presentation because I added your little stickers that you did for me, the dumb sketches of the 15 chicken nuggies and then sad beta Aussie Shep. And I'm like, art by at Skyfox and at Russell Fluff. I like Russ. He's pretty cool. I like Sky too. He's pretty cool. But Russ is pretty cool, and I wanted people to know that. But yeah, that was pretty much my evening. Just a lot of unpacking, organizing, eating some really bad fast food that was going to sit in my stomach for the whole weekend, but that's okay. But it was pretty enjoyable, I will say that. And yeah, I got to watch Snowy's stream, unpack my fursuit stuff. And then after that, Russ and SK and everyone arrived at the con, and I helped them unpack and get situated. And then we went into one of the board game rooms to go and chill and play some board games. I think they ended up playing Magic: The Gathering. I don't know how to play Magic, but I would love to learn. But I ended up chilling with them, got in Kigu because I wanted to be very cozy, and, you know, just had a chill, nonchalant evening. And I ended up tweeting, too, when I got to the con, like, oh, what's the vibe like? Well, like, just got to the con. Is Red still open? What are the vibes like? And then, like, a few hours later, as I was in the con space, they're blasting the What's New Scooby-Doo theme in the lobby. The vibes are immaculate. And that was true. They were doing that. Like, literally, an hour after this tweet, when I went to check out the con lobby to see what everyone was up to, there was, like, a whole, like, speaker setup of people just vibing out, and someone was blasting the What's New Scooby-Doo theme. I'm like, this is gonna be a great con. Literally, the Thursday, when the con hadn't even technically started, well, I think it did. I don't know if opening ceremonies was Thursday or Friday, but point being, for me, the con hadn't even started, and the vibes were immaculate. And you could tell it was going to be a good con. And it was an amazing con, let me tell you that. For really make a good sticker, honestly, I kind of want to make stickers of the dumb sketches that Russ has done for me. Because these are really cute, you know, 50 chicken nuggies. Maybe I'll commission Russ to clean up that up for one of the stickers, and maybe I could get some new stickers. Because truthfully, I have not had any new stickers for cons in the past, like, 2 years or so. I need to get some new ones. So if you want to see any specific dumb stickers or dumb art pieces in the form of stickers for me, let me know. Probably get some for A&E this year. Which, if you want stickers from me, find me at A&E. So yeah. But either way, pretty much start to the con for me Thursday was vibing out with friends, chilling in the board game room, while they were playing Magic, and I was yapping with Dusky, which you're going to see a lot of Dusky this con recap, because I took so many pictures of Dusky while he was in fursuit, and so many pictures of Dom, or I think they go by Dominic, but they're really sweet. They're a fellow Aussie Shep, and they're so fucking chaotic, and they have a beanie on their fursuit head, which makes me very jealous because it looks really cool, and I would love a beanie on my fursuit head, but I don't know how to do that. But yeah, it looks really cool. You'll get to see that later. Ryder ended up taking one of my crossed arms Maverick stickers and turned it into a sticker on Telegram, and this is how it looks. Something's happening here. Don't know why it fucked up that way. But like the main joke between friends during the con was like joking about like, oh, I hope he brings Maverick. like Ryder ended up coming to my panel the next day and was just vibing out in the back, and he took a picture of me presenting, and then he sent me the picture of like, God, I hope he brings out Maverick. I hope Maverick shows up. It was, I love the theme about how, even though people are so parasocial about my Maverick the Wolf Dragon persona, that we can still just joke about it, like, oh my God, are you the Maverick? Can you bring Maverick out for me? He's my best friend. So, like, that was kind of the running joke between me and Ryder, and he would get so much better at it, too, with being like, oh my God, Maverick, I love your stuff. I want to give you a big hug, and I'm just so sad that I didn't get to see you at Furpoc this year. And just, he would get better and better at it, that it actually was relatively close to some of the comments that I get. Not just on, like, YouTube videos or streams, but in person, too, of like, are you gonna bring Maverick back? I miss Maverick. And it's like, oh my God, you're like so on point. So yeah, shout out to my buddy Ryder. Shout out to all my roomies, Ryder, SK, Frey, all the friends that joined me for this con. It was such a fucking great con. We haven't even gotten into it. We're just getting into like the appetizer, the what is it, the bruschetta, the one little like snackums that I like to make before the actual meal, or for me is the actual meal because I don't eat any tangible food. But yeah, also we love Maverick's feet. But ended up opening up the bag of Butterfingers. I took this picture of the Butterfinger between the bed because I was chilling in bed, and Ryder was sitting at the desk. I'm like, Ryder, can you throw me a Butterfinger? The first one he threw at me, it hit me in the forehead. I'm like, Ryder, can you throw me a Butterfinger? The second one he threw landed between the bed. The third one he threw also landed between the bed in here, and that's why I wanted to take this picture, because he kept missing and throwing it directly between like the nightstand and the bed, where none of us could get it. It was really funny. So yeah, I took a picture of the Butterfinger, and that was pretty much the evening. I think I ended up getting in earlier to bed because I needed to wake up super early for my panel, which was going to be at 11:30. But either way, that was day one of Furpoc for me. Beta loves packing last second. Forgot to read the name of the actual day, or the title for the day as I call it. What was day two like, or Friday? Beta breaks the cycle and annoys people. B2 Uchiha plays Beyblade and ingests a whole platter of Cheesecake Factory nachos. That is true. That did happen for me. No joke. That was my evening. I know there's a lot going on there, so we gotta unpack it. What happened Friday for me? Well, the only obligation that I really had was getting to my panel that I had at 11:30, my Introduction to Content Creation panel, getting my FWA room at 2 p.m. in the afternoon after, maybe fitting in either a nap here and there, maybe exploring the dealer's den, I had to get registered for the con at the very least, maybe do the dealer's den, and then from there, maybe fursuit around. I didn't know if I can't remember, did I fursuit throughout this day? I don't think I did. Well, I partial suited. Okay, a little bit of spoilers for things coming soon. But either way, started the day off with looking like that. I took a picture of myself waking up. That is what I look like. Like 5 seconds into me waking up, I wanted to capture it. And so if you want to know what it looks like with me getting up anytime in the morning, that's what it looks like. It is not pleasant. Also, hi, Ender Moo. Ender Mew, welcome on in. I hope you're having a good evening. But yeah, we're getting into the con recap. But waking up, I knew that I had to be up at like 9 a.m. So hit the alarm, nuclear alarm, got up, got showered and ready, and pretty much walked out the door still being a little bit tired. And also I got to see my favorite little video showing up on Twitter. Today is Friday in California. Shoot. I don't know what the context of it is, but this account, I follow it, and they post every Friday this video, and it's really funny. It's kind of like Saturdays are for the dads, that one with like Dexter's dad. It's like Saturdays are for the dads, or is it Sundays are for the dads and dad's car? It's like those gimmick accounts. Yeah, that showed up and made me happy. But point being, happy Halloween, by the way, on that Friday. It was the start to Halloween, so I wanted to make it kind of a special day. Never really celebrated Halloween in years past, besides like maybe Halloween parties. And so I think for me, this Friday at Furpoc was probably the best way I would have ever wanted to celebrate Halloween. And I got to do it. I got to dress up as my favorite Naruto character, Itachi Uchiha, which granted, I just kind of wore the Akatsuki cloak over my fursuit and that was it. Yeah. Even though they're not my favorite character, Jiraiya is my favorite character because he's the dad that stepped up. He really is. I love Jiraiya. I cried when, yeah. But either way, Saturdays are made for dads. Oh, okay. So that's the quote. And yeah, I forgot Cat has a redeem for it. Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend. I love those gimmick accounts. Okay, they're so fun. Oh, for real, best Halloween ever besides Beyblades with you at midnight, getting drunk and partying at my first con. I didn't even like party to the extent of showing up to room parties because I think I got in. Blessed. Why do I have the hiccups? Pervy Frog Sage. Ah, we love Jiraiya. And also, hi, Mega Coda. I hope you're doing well. We're like Friday into our con recap. Sorry, I keep like repeating this and revisiting it. But pretty much all I had to do that day was panel, register, FWA rooms, maybe a party in the evening. I was invited to a margarita party, and by the time I wanted to head to it, it was already too late to show up, and there was another party I had to go to, but that ended up being overfilled. So I kind of just vibed around the con lobby and met up with people and just kind of partied with like the con to an extent for that Halloween evening. And I really wanted to dress up. I haven't done any sort of dress up for Halloween or get a Halloween costume vibe besides like getting fursuit for a while now. And so I really wanted to do that, and I think I genuinely had one of the best Halloweens in my adulthood as a furry going to conventions. And I got to spend it at a furry convention, playing Beyblade at midnight. So you know what? I think that is a really, really good day for a con. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. So got started with the day, basically ran out the door to go the whole half a mile to Proof Coffee Roasters, which here are some pictures of me heading out of the space. This is the front of the hotel from the con vlog footage that I had. A bunch of these pictures are from when I'm testing out my new gimbal that I got. I got it off the TikTok shop for like 50 bucks, and I'm like, is it going to be good? And it actually is pretty good. I'm going to be honest. It's pretty intuitive. And I was testing it out, getting some like nice B-roll in 4K with my phone, using my gimbal and getting some like footage. And these are some of like the screen caps and pictures. Like, look at how much I can zoom in, and the quality is just so good, man. Like, this is from video footage where like I'm taking screenshots from the footage. So yeah, this might be a new norm for the con recaps that I want to do in the future, okay? Because this is good. But either way, took a couple of pictures, heading out of the convention space and heading to Proof Coffee Roasters. This is me just showing off the convention space, me heading down like the whole business offices area. So you know how like the hotel is like kind of secluded in a space to the left over here, and there's all these like offices and business buildings. It's kind of like a business complex that it goes into. Yeah, I was just walking through that. All I have to do is take this like weird route to go like under a bridge and like over into like this kind of downtown area, and then I get to the park for the Proof Coffee Roasters. Just look up Proof Coffee Roasters if you're at Furpoc and you want to get some really nice coffee with some vibes. I mean, look at the picture of like where I was going to be hanging out. Like, I just sat there, enjoyed my coffee in the morning. I know it was gray and kind of out, but honestly, like a nice cold gray morning in like October, November in the fall is, in my opinion, perfect New England weather for a fall season for me. And so this vibe was awesome. Just enjoying like a nice 30-minute coffee in the morning before my panel. Vibes were immaculate. But the walk there was also pretty nice. Here's some of the pictures that I took on my way there. You know, the sun was blasting in my face. I think there was a picture of it actually happening. Yeah, there's the sun blinding me. Very good. There's me heading under the bridge on my way over. There's me reversing the camera and forgetting to reverse the camera. A bunch of these pictures are just B-roll that I took throughout the con, but we'll get through that later. Pretty much just ended up going to get coffee and just taking pictures along the way. Me waking up. And there's the coffee that I got. Just a nice, whatever largest cold brew coffee they could give me with a little bit of oat milk. And I enjoyed that with this view. And it was actually really, really, really nice. So yeah, I took some pictures of that. I think over here, some other pictures of the con hotel. I organized this in such a weird way, so I'm going to be jumping around a lot. Bear with me. But there's a con hotel, Doubletree by Hilton. There's the space of like what I would be looking at for the entrance of it. This was the Commons Park Harbor Point in near the con space, or outside of the con space. But you know, you walk there, get to the Proof Coffee Roasters. Yeah, you don't need me to explain it, not rocket science. Just a couple of pictures of, like the view that I had and just the walk there. It was really nice. It was a really nice kind of start to my day where I wasn't immediately overwhelmed by like people, and I didn't need to go anywhere specifically. I could just enjoy my morning, nice coffee, nice walk, which was all I could honestly ask for with it. So yeah, started my day pretty well. Once I got my coffee finished, I realized, oh yeah, I still have my gimbal with me. Why don't I just kind of go around and get some B-roll? Because I wanted to do that con vlog for Furpoc. Let's see how the footage rolls with the gimbal. And so I went around the con space for like about 10 minutes or so, just seeing like what the artist alley was like, seeing like what the con space was like, getting all this just footage and pictures. And here are some of the screen caps of what I got. This is the main entrance to the hotel. You go left, you go up like the escalators and stairs, and you get into like the big space where like the artist alley's happening. This was the artist alley, the main hallway, the other areas where like main events is. And I just kind of walked through it with my little gimbal and phone going, and honestly, it was pretty good. It was a good time. And these are just some of the assortment of photos that I got. There's like the big, I guess, tapestry for the con. The theme of the con this year was kind of, what was it, Twilight Zone-esque, the Midnight Dimension. It was a pretty cool theming, pretty cool art style. I liked it. Looked pretty cool. And there's just more of the con space, the artist alley, random inflatable setup, more of the con space with the hanging lights. You should see this during the evening, which you hopefully will from the pictures that I took. So, yeah, really, really nice. The hotel itself and the elevators were a little iffy. Like, the elevators made noises. The elevator doors closed weirdly, or, like, closed very aggressively. It was a bit haunted, I feel like, but you know what? It was still had its charm. There's a picture of the elevator almost closing. And just more of the convention space. It looks so good. I loved it. It was very pretty, just seeing the light coming in and seeing people going around in fursuit already. I went in to see, like, what the, I guess, tabletop room or, like, game room was like. This is where, like, I would say the other backrooms area kind of looks like, where, like, some of the panel rooms are, or, like, you know, the, like, video game room, specialty gaming. And you go down there, and this is what you see, just, like, endless hallways of, like, random, like, storerooms or like panel rooms, tables and chairs set up for like meetings and whatnot. You could just go into them, and it was really cool seeing that. I also count this as kind of like backrooms-esque vibes. I know, it's literally the backrooms. It's so cool to explore that, but it is like a little bit of a bottleneck going in and out. But point being, it was so cool. Feels so weird seeing photos of a con which I attended. It is. Also, I hope you had a good time at Furpoc. Does anyone happen to know what the final attendance numbers were for Furpoc? That was something I forgot to add into this recap. If anyone knows, please do let me know, and I can, either add that in or just mention that at the end. 3,500? That's awesome. What was last year's? Wasn't it like 3,000, or is it around the same amount that it is this year and last year? Because I feel like it grew a bunch. Like, there were a lot of people that went to Furpoc. There were a lot of people that went last year. So 3,500, that's a lot of people. But either way, I just kept going around the con space, getting photos, seeing how the vibes were. 3,150 was last year. Okay, so it's going a little bit. I still like how it's like kind of like the medium to small size con. It makes me happy that I can kind of enjoy it for the size that it is. And literally, Backrooms con, like I love it. The backroom. I should have made that the theme of this stream. The Backrooms Furry Convention. Maybe that'll be the con vlog for it. I don't know. What a furry convention is like in the Backrooms. But yeah, regardless, it was really cool to see and just kind of test out my gimbal and camera. Like, again, the fact that I can take these screenshots and pictures from the footage because of how stable and high quality it was really nice. And I'm glad that I got to really test this out here. Because immediately after, I had to get ready for my panel, which also I got to run into Helix. This is me running into Helix in the lobby outside the Starbucks coffee area thing that they had. And also, Helix. We love Helix. Helix is good soup. Yeah, ran into him, and then I went back up to my room to get ready for my panel, where I laid down for like a mere second and got into a nicer shirt than I had before and washed up a little because I was a little greasy even though I showered. But I got all in costume because I wanted to dress up for not only my panel, but for the day because it's Halloween. And this is what I wore. My Akatsuki cloak, or just, Naruto cloak. Now, the reason why I have this one specifically, I remember years back, like, when I was going around with, like, Kyle and Kiwi and Telephone or Eno at Furcons, they had and wanted to do, like, at one of, I think, the raves at the con, like a Naruto shinobi raid, where a bunch of them got like all these Naruto outfits. Like some people got like the shinobi vests or like the Akatsuki cloaks, and they dress up and they go like plastered to the panel. It was really, really fun, or plastered to the rave, and it was really, really fun to do. And they're like, hey, you should get in on this. You should get like an outfit for Naruto. I'm like, I've never seen Naruto for the life of me. And this was years and years back too. And so I ended up just getting random like Akatsuki cloak. I didn't know what the Akatsuki was. I called it Akatsuki. Yeah, that's just how bad I was at it. But it ended up being Itachi's costume outfit for, whatever I got. And so I had it all this time, and then I rediscovered it and decided, you know what, let's wear this to Furpoc. I'll be, what is it, Levi Uchiha, or like Itachi Kardashian, as I've memed about before. But yeah, wanted to dress up in this. It was overly hot, but I still wore it, and I think it didn't really help me speaking at all, but that was my fit getting into it, and I got everything that I needed together, and this is me at the panel, courtesy of one of the screen caps that I had from the little recording that I had. So yeah, if you're looking for the actual recording of the panel, it should be up at some point. Don't know when it's gonna be, but I'll figure out when that'll be. But regardless, yeah, honestly, panel went pretty good. I was a little critical of myself because I was comparing it to my first panel that I did at Awustria, which I really, really went like above and beyond for. And so comparing this panel with that one, I was a little overly critical about myself of like, okay, I could have done better at it. I rambled on for a little bit. I didn't really memorize my slides. I know how to improve it for the future, but from what I heard, the panel was great and people enjoyed it. So that made me happy, and people got like a good takeaway from it. I also think Barley was at my panel at some point. I could have sworn I saw him. Could have been someone that looked like him. I did meet Barley at the con, which was very nice to finally meet his acquaintance and yap with him a little bit. But yeah, point being, panel went well. I had my presentation. A lot of people seemed to have a really good takeaway with it, which made me happy. And I didn't overheat despite feeling really hot in this cloak. And I didn't have any leggings or anything, so I just wore my jeans and shoes. So yeah, this is me at the panel, and it was pretty fun. It was pretty fun. But yeah, these are some of the pictures that I took on my way there of like, oh boy, this will be fun. Oh boy, this will be fun. Oh my god, it's Dusky! Yeah, Dusky came to my panel, and this is pretty much like post-panel presentation, where the rooms were getting situated and people were like leaving, and all my friends came up to say hi to me, and they're like, you did such a good job. And so Dusky went to say hi, and I got some pictures with him. And then Ryder also did a little expo marker drawing on the front of the whiteboard there. Happy Halloween. This is his Husky. I love Ryder. Ryder's good soup. Yeah, he always does this. Whenever there's like a whiteboard or something, he'll do like a little dumb cutesy doodle of his Husky or whatever he's thinking of at the time. And he put one on the little board for my little panel. It made me happy. But yeah, panel, honestly, I'm happy with how it went. Could do better in the future, but now I know what to improve on. But regardless, here's some pictures of me and Dusky. I was kind of doing some personal selfie footage, and then I was like, oh my god, Dusky. Can I get a picture with Dusky? And this is me just getting some out of context pictures. Aww, it's so sweet. We love Dusky. I like to call him by his full name, Dusky Wolf 31. Dusky Wolf 31 is really cool. I had this whole thing I did of like Dusky the Wolfy 31. And now, whenever I raid Dusky in the future, the raid message is always just going to be Dusky Wolf, but 31 times specifically. So Dusky Wolf, Dusky Wolf, Dusky Wolf, Dusky Wolf 31 times. So yeah, just like memeing on him. He's a sweetie. He was so fun to hang out with this con. He joined me for like pretty much nearly all the adventures that I went on, and it was really nice to go around with him in fursuit. So big shout out to Dusky Wolf, Dusky friend. If we could get a shout out for Dusky Wolf 31 in the chat, I'd appreciate it. But yeah, he was good soup. He got to say hi to me, and I got some pictures with him. And then directly after, I went into registering for FWA, and then trying to get a hotel, and trying to figure out what the strategy was for min-maxing getting a hotel at that con. Because there was no shot that I was going to get into the queue in time for main. And there's a whole story with it that I maybe want to tell for a video. But truthfully, I don't want...
Shout out to Dusky Wolf 31. Go follow Dusky Wolf 31.
Go follow Dusky Wolf 31. I appreciate that, Ember. That's a very clever way of doing it. But yeah, go and check out Dusky Wolf. Did you end up getting a room? I did end up getting a room at FWA. Originally, I didn't get into the queue for main. I was like 1,400 in the queue. I'm like, there's no way I'm going to get main. So I went for the Hyatt, which is the second option. And I think I lucked out with like a king room, like a single king room. But then 30 minutes later, while I was waiting in line in registration, literally here, I went to check the website for main, and there was a double available. And so I yoinked that and got that. So now I have a room in main, but also another reservation. Basically, con hotel room block opening stuff is always going to be a shit show. It's going to be chaotic. We saw that earlier today a little bit with like Vacation Land, and every con is going to have a different way of doing it. It's always going to be a rush to get a room. And I do have my strategies for it, but I'm not going to share those strategies. The number one rule to any strategy for trying to get a con hotel room, never share your strategies. Although I've technically already shared my strategies a little bit. But point being, that's the number one rule. There are some ways to, figuring it out, but, it's just for me, I just kind of go in with the rush of everyone, hope for the best, and then maybe keep checking every so often throughout, like, the day and see what comes up, and that's what I did, and that's what happened. So, yeah, pretty much after the panel was me just rushing back to my room, getting registered for the con, and getting hotel rooms, which I didn't even need to register for the con in order to have a hotel room. But, hey, I got pre-reg happening, so that's pretty cool. Would you rather have all your ass trumpet concerts be silent or odorless? I'd say odorless. I'd love it to sound funny because fart sounds are funny to me. I just don't want it to smell, You don't want to crop dust. You want to leave an impression then and there. And you want to be confident about it. Like, I have farted very, very loud, and people look at me and I'm like, yeah, what's up? You got to be confident about it. You got to send it and have that confidence with it, because it can take you far. No, but what if nobody can prove it was you? Okay, you know what? I would love to have the ability to do like a ventriloquist fart. You know how they can project voice? I would love to be able to do that for a fart. Just report other people when it's just me and just send it. I would love to do that. Is that a thing that can happen? Don't tell me. Don't tell me that we're getting into chaotic territory. Chaotic territory. Chaotic. Yeah, so. But point being, spent the good chunk of an afternoon just kind of meandering around. I knew the parties and the fun stuff was going to happen in the evening for me. So I just kind of took it easy. I did my registration for Furpoc, I did my registration for FWA, I got the hotels, and then I went around and partialed a little bit after my panel when I was on my way to registration, so just threw on my fursuit head and went around, tried out my little vlogging stick, and honestly, it looks pretty good, and honestly, served pretty well. Like, look at the picture quality, this still looks pretty good. For a screenshot of me holding up my selfie stick like this, looking at me, it looks pretty good for quality. Again, I'm gonna have to start using this as a staple for my con recaps, not just in the sense of, you know, getting con vlog footage or B-roll, but also just accessibility to pictures in moments where you would want them, but don't want to wait to pose or while my hands are shaking, because I do have hand tremors, by the way. Like, this is me holding my hands still. That's not good, but there's nothing I can really do about it. Doctor said, you know, it's not something worth looking into at the moment. But the fact that I can even do this from, like, a screen cap from footage, I think I'm going to start doing my con recaps this way from now on. So, yeah. But, yeah, I was going around. I was waiting in Reg with my buddy SK. We were getting in line for Reg to register for the con. And it was nice to be able to hang out and yap with him. And this is when I got my room for FWA, so I was happy about that. Am I doing TFF? I am not doing TFF, Cole. I would like to, but I need to save money. Especially with other things that I have coming up, which I'm excited for, but... yeah. How long you wait for Reg? For me, it was like 30 minutes. I think I ended up beating like the whole rush for it because I had my panel in the morning, and then afternoon, people were doing FWA rooms. After my panel, Ryder ended up registering for the con. It took him like 10 minutes, so I ended up waiting in line, and it took like 30 minutes or so. It really wasn't that bad. I didn't pre-reg either, so didn't really have the opportunity to do any of that, but line wasn't so bad. I got some, good pictures while waiting and some good B-roll, just showing that I was in line for waiting for Reg. There was nothing really special about that. I am not doing TFF. I'm sorry, Cole. I'm doing A&E, then FWA as far as I know, and then another con that I cannot announce yet. But it's exciting. Yay. But yeah, no TFF from me, sadly. I hope you're doing well, Cole. I miss you lots. I miss your face. I'm not doing AC either. Every time I've tried to do AC, it just hasn't happened. I haven't done Anthrocon since like 2019. I'm not even joking.
You smell like... well, you already know you woo.
Piss! I smell like piss. Room with me? I would love to, Cole. I'd love to do Anthrocon, but I think this year especially is going to be tough. Because I might be going on an overseas trip around that time of year. And I do not think it would be wise for me to do that than Anthrocon directly after, as much as I would love to. Understand you hate me? My friends do this all the time when I can't do stuff. Cole, I love you lots. I miss you lots. I hope you're well. You're good soup. And Shen, thank you for the 5-month resub. I miss your face lots too. Maybe I'll see you in VR tonight. Who knows? I'm going to try and hop on VR, so... I'm excited. I don't hate anyone. I actually don't hate many people. There are some people I hate, but that is T. And you're not getting that out of me because who needs petty drama on the timeline? I mean, actually, that would be pretty good for me. You know, it has been proven time and time again that bad publicity is still good publicity. It's still publicity, so maybe I should start some tea. You know, maybe release that burn book. Release the burn book of people that you don't like. Also, Overthief, thank you so much for the super chat, by the way. I greatly appreciate that. Worth asking one more time. I'm doing a redraw of a Polaroid photo I took of you during Furpoc 2025. What will be the best place to send you the finished product? I do have a couple of resources to send, you know, fan art and whatnot. If you want to just send it to my business email, you know, beta8edload@gmail.com, you know, that's probably the easiest. I do check my emails frequently. But any other social media that I use, like Twitter, I don't really use Instagram or TikTok or anything. I think the only thing I check occasionally is Twitter, and that's it. If anything, I use less and less social media. I don't really use Blue Sky either. But yeah. But yeah, if you want to send it to me, email is probably the best. But I do appreciate that, Overthief, and I'm sorry I didn't get to your chat message. Again, it's not that I'm ignoring YouTube chat. It's just like, it's hard to read all these chats at the same time, or just all these messages at the same time. Also, thank you, Kev. I do appreciate that. We're all in the burn book. We're all in the burn book. What if we both made videos canceling each other? Honestly, I would be opposed. I remember Kyle and I did like a fake beef era on TikTok where like we pretended to have fake beef with one another and people thought it was real and took it seriously, and so we had to stop. I'm like, God damn it, people ruined the fun. It was so obvious it was bait, but also like, they're like, why do you hate Kyle? Why do you hate Majira? I love Majira. How could you hate Majira? I'm like, okay. So yeah. But honestly, I wouldn't be opposed, but it's one of those things where people will take it seriously, sadly. Right after suiting in a con, should you spray first or spray right after taking off before drying them, or drying first before spraying? Either or. I would say genuinely want to spray it down as soon as possible, you know, get it aerated, get, you know, all the musk smell out, because that's just going to happen inevitably. But yeah, I would honestly recommend just desuiting, hang that shit up immediately, dry it as soon as you can. I usually spray it as soon as I can while the fan is going, but regardless, the spray is one of those where, you know, I would say do it as soon as you can. I don't know if there is a strategy of doing it before it dries or after it dries. That would probably be like a maker question, or someone who's more experienced with fursuiting, unlike me, of knowing how to maintain it. So yeah. That's fair. Worth asking, because outside YouTube, I only use Furfinity and pop up on the social medias. The ninja sharing fan art, then deleting the account once it has been received. That's fair. Honestly, FA does work too. You know, you can tag me on FA if that's easier. But yeah. You cannot use Twitter. I don't blame you. I do not blame you. But I do appreciate the super chat though. But either way, after Beta's recent video, can they now be classified as a musky dog? Maybe. I don't know. Maybe that's just how I am. I really don't sweat that much in a fursuit either, or smell. I shower twice a day, deodorant. My fursuits usually smell fine. Like, even after fursuiting, even after the instance of having my life jacket on over my fursuit, which you will see the aftermath of that, where there's literally, it's wet on the outside. It doesn't smell, and I spray it down, and it smells just fine directly after. So if it works for me, it could easily work for you guys, hopefully. But yeah, here are some of the assortment of pictures that I took while waiting in line at registration. There's me having a moment. That's every moment for me. Skuru would like to know your location. I miss Skuru. I hope they're doing well. The cool thing about Furpoc is they have different badge options, like different badge designs that you can choose for like whatever you want your background to be, which I really would love cons to keep doing if they can, but I also know it might get in the way of like registration and getting everything feasibly together. So, but yeah, point being, I ended up picking, I think it was number 4. It was like the falling into the hypno dimension one. And I got my first ever con badge, or con media badge. I don't know why I announced it that way. I got, on top of my regular registration, I wanted to, because I'm doing, you know, recording, vlogging throughout the con space, I had heard about like a media press pass. Not that I'm doing like interviews or like getting in people's faces and like filming them, but just general B-roll of the con. And this is the first time I've gotten a media badge for the con. And I'm really happy that I got to get that. This is the first time I've ever done anything like that. So I had like the go-ahead. Not that it's been an issue in the past, because I'm just kind of, you know, nonchalant taking pictures or getting B-roll of the space to be able to share my experiences with it. And realistically, I probably didn't need the media badge, but I still wanted to get it for the sake of it. So I got the press pass, and it was my first time doing that. So I went to registration, then I went to ConOps and ran into my buddy Nico and said hi to Nico. And he's like, "Oh my God, the beta aided to load." And I'm like, I'm gonna... Hey guys, Maverick here. That was another thing that I did. I'm like, oh, you want to go strong? I can follow this up with you. Hey guys, Maverick. Like, I just do that. I know it was probably poor taste, but point being, regardless, these are my badges that I was running for the con. You know, my con badge, just beta. Didn't really know what my name should have been besides beta. And then I got my press pass, my media badge from the con. Thank you, Ember. I appreciate that. Thank you for the bits, by the way. I forgot to say earlier. Snowy struggles to understand Beta's IRL emotes. Right now, is he? Does he need context for all of them? Is he live? Or is he... Oh, wait, no, he's live on Thursdays. Right, not today. It's Friday. It's Friday! But yeah, honestly, I was really happy, and I really still am happy that I got one of these little press media badges. And it's just, you know, like, I know a lot of times whenever I am, like, filming or taking pictures around a con space and doing these recaps, it really is just, like, casual. It's not supposed to be, hey, I'm getting in your face and filming you, or hey, I'm conducting this interview. Most of the time, I don't interview people. I really suck at that, too. But for the sake of it, I did still want to get one of these little media badges, just for the sake of it, like, hey, you know, like, I'm not here to step on anyone's toes. I'm not here to make anyone uncomfortable. I'm just, like, filming around, getting B-roll. I want to help advertise the con a little bit, because I love Furpoc. It's a good con, and I want people to enjoy it the way I have, too. You know, small cons like that are the vibe. So yeah, you know, ended up getting this and ended up registering, and then I ran my usual Aussie Shep beta badge and then my other Aussie Shep beta badge for the con. Didn't really pay much mind to the badges that I was getting, but yeah, ended up running back. Also, there's the back of Ryder's backpack. We love Ryder. Ryder is good soup. And there's Ryder's badge, which was also very Halloween-esque and made me really happy to see. And I was also just testing out my little selfie stick vlog thing going. Also, we walked by the room 666. Dude, we ran by so many 666s throughout this weekend. It was kind of nuts. Also, Beta ate a booty. We love it. But yeah, overall, pretty much the afternoon was just registering and getting ready for the evening, because I know there would be a lot of partying, a lot of food, and a lot of fun adventures. So, yeah, usual nonchalant stuff. Here's some pictures of, like, the con hallways, which are very usually backrooms-esque. I like it. Like, I like the old hotel vibes. I know it's obviously a little iffy when you're around in it, but I still wanted to capture it. But yeah, regardless, what happened after this? Oh yeah, there's my badges in full. I love this badge. Russ did such a good job with it. I loved it. I love it. And also the con book was a vibe too. I love the aesthetic or vibe to it. It was very nice. And also a layout of all the badges. After this, I basically went around the convention space and checked out the dealer's den to see what was going on there and said hi to a few people. This is where I actually ended up fully testing out the little selfie stick gimbal that I had and just like capturing the con space. So you get a lot of pictures of like the artist alley, me heading in and out. I did the whole thing of like censoring people's faces because, you know, just want to be courteous of that. I was behind a big bear fursuiter friend, and just a couple other like B-roll pics. There's Dom. I ran into Dom and his Muzz. Shout out to Dom, he's good soup. And then I just ran around the dealer's den a little bit, kind of showcased it. I ran into the fursuit glasses and said hi to them. I love their setup. They've improved so much. Go and check out fursuit glasses. Not sponsored, but go and check them out. After that, I just kind of showed off the con, or the, not con space, showed off the, I'm blanking on the word, dealer's den space. Yeah, this is all dealer's den section. Truthfully, this was the only time I was in dealers, and I didn't check it out any other point after this, but I did pick up something, and it's a really cute shirt, and I think you're gonna like it because I love it so much, and I think you should get a shirt like it too. But ran by Camp Howell and a couple of other booths here and there. I ended up stopping by my friend Jam. I think that's what it is. What was the name? Tiger Jams. Yeah, I ended up stopping by their booth, and they have such cool designs at their booth. Like, this shirt goes so hard. It's so like graphic and neon-esque. I love it. And then they're also like, they have this little like toy T-Rex with their little business cards. I love their whole setup. I'm so happy that they've gone so far with their whole dealer setup. Every single time they've had a new shirt or a sweater, it just goes so hard. Like, it just, the designs look so good. They look so good. I wanted to get something there, but obviously needed to save a little money. But I got a shirt from elsewhere, but I'll show that later. Did a little finger thingy with fursuit glasses running back around. And then I just kind of kept going around the space. Fursuit glasses had this little, like, lamp thing. This fish underwater lamp. It looked cool. It was a nice vibe. There's the little pamphlet that they had, which was really cute. And then just more pictures of the space and more pictures of other vendors. And then back in the con space with the artist alley. This was the artist alley, by the way. I know people were like looking for it. This area is the artist alley. And one of the badge makers that I got before was there before. The badge that I got of Levi, somewhere hung up there. Yeah. And yeah, it was just nice kind of going around and seeing it, getting vlog footage. Again, a lot of this is kind of self-explanatory, and you'll probably see it in the future con vlog for Furpoc whenever I choose to do that and get through that. So, yeah, that's to come at some point. And just getting more pictures of the con space as it's, like, darkening and, you know, more people are coming in. I saw this little, like, harnesses and collars section. I really want to get this collar at some point. Like, the orange with kind of, like, the shine of, like, the leather. I feel like it goes well for me. It accents the rest of my fursuit and vibe well, because also orange is just my favorite color. But, yeah, it was pretty cool stopping by there, seeing the different booths. This Chaotic Trouble booth looked so cute. This is where I got one of the shirts that I got there. I've never seen this vendor before, but God, everything looks so cute. And also, this is where I ended up getting the blanket that I have in the back, the cool kind of cryptid design, but it was really, really nice. It's like a tapestry thing. But, yeah, ended up picking up a shirt from them. Hopefully show it later on in the recap, so that's pretty cool. And there's my buddy Ray in fursuit. I'm like, oh God, it's you, and I'm bothering him. He's wearing the fucking feral and horny shirt. I gotta slap him for that. Not really. I don't really care, but it's like, God damn it, you're such furry cringe. He's so cringy. I love him. But yeah, ended up just kind of going around the space, took some pictures. There's Fenris. We love Fenris. There's Dusky. I saw Dusky again. We love Dusky. Me saying hi to Dusky. me saying hi to Dusky. And then after that, what else did I do? Yeah, just more assortments of pictures. This is where the wind was very strong and the chandeliers above in this like little tent were shaking a bit. But overall, the space for the dealer's den was pretty compact. It's kind of small selection, but honestly, the selection was pretty cool. Just kind of went around as usual, just took the usual assortment of pictures. Another picture of Ray, picture of Dusky. I love Dusky's little badge. Look at that badge. That's a Prison Paws badge. I want a badge like that. I want a badge like Dusky's. I could imagine Levi with that badge. Also, Adam Sandler. Oh yeah, didn't Adam Sandler voice like Vampire Dracula in like Hotel Transylvania or something? I never saw that movie series, never. But I don't know where that was from, but yeah, he has that little badge. That's cute. Sandler was Drac. I've never ever seen any of those Hotel Transylvania movies, and I don't know whether it's for good or worse that I have. Also, hi Taz. Welcome on in. Thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream on your end. I'm doing my Furpoc con recap. We're on like Friday, and we're getting into the meat and potatoes of the con. And look, it's Dusky, or rather Dusky's badges. But there's regular Dusky. We love Dusky. Dusky's good soup. Also, hi Setsu and hi Taz. Can we get a shout out for Taz in the chat? I don't know if any of your mods in the stream, but guys, go and check out Taz. Good soup bean, does cool stream stuff, good vibes, sweetheart, certified sweetheart in my book. But yeah, I hope you're doing well, Taz. What are you getting up to on stream on your end? How are you doing? It's a perfect, reprieve if you're looking to relax and vibe out, because I am just going to be talking for the next, give or take, hour to hour and a half for the rest of this con recap, because we have a long way to go. We're like here, and we got all of this. There's a lot. And still even the evening with my my Itachi outfit. It's pretty cool. But I hope you had a good con on your end too, Setsu. It's good to see you again. You want raid message ideas? Sure. I don't know who we're going to be raiding when the time comes, but yeah, raid message wouldn't be a bad idea. Playing marbles on stream. Pretty chill times, honestly. I should do more of that in the future. Marbles is fun. But yeah, I hope you had a good stream on your end. I'm just kind of getting into my Furpoc recap as usual. Also, guys, this is the shirt that I got. It is so fucking cute. I don't know where I put it. I think it's in the laundry somewhere. It needs to be washed. But it's by Chaotic Trouble. Not sponsored, but yeah, go and check them out. This design is so cute. Look at the dogs and the donuts. I love that. I saw this and I'm like, that's mine. That's mine. And I just wanted it instantly. I think this was an XL. They didn't exactly have my size. Sorry, I was hoping that something heavier was going to come. Either way, they didn't have my size, but this is a good shirt because if I'm losing weight, then this is going to be the perfect shirt for me to wear because it's going to be the next size down. Ripping ass like I rip Beyblades? Yeah. Yeah, that's a pretty interesting raid message. Not opposed to that. But yeah, this is just a cool day to just kind of go around Dealer's Den, get some B-roll. I got a lot of B-roll. There's the side of my head, if you're wondering. There's my nose. Yeah. There was also this booth over here, which was really, really cutesy. They had all these different designs. I liked it. It was adorable. And then me running into Dusky. Oh, yeah, the assortment of Dusky photos that I got as they get more and more... You know what? This should have been the thumbnail for this stream. What am I talking about? That would have been great. Trapped in the back rooms with furries. That should have been it. The flash turned on for that one. But yeah, pretty much just explored the Dealer's Den, got that one shirt, and I'm glad that I did because it's so fucking adorable, and it was a pretty good time overall. After that, we planned dinner, and since we've been running it back this long, we had to run it back again. We went back to the Cheesecake Factory in New York, and oh my god, it was so good and so funny. I'm glad we went on this dumb adventure again. Basically, like, this started as a meme 3 years ago with me and my friend group. And we were like, you know what, we could go to the Cheesecake Factory, because I think one of our friends next had never been to the Cheesecake Factory. So we went... And then every year since, we've just continued to keep going to the Cheesecake Factory for one of the days at Furpoc. And it's usually like a big group of friends that we get of like 8 or more people. And we go to the Cheesecake Factory, and it's the same exact one in like some mall area. But this is the one we went to, and it was good. And this is a picture of me. This is a picture of me. I don't know what was going on. I think I took a shot before... ended up riding over there, but yeah, I was having a time. I was excited for that, for the brown like pumpernickel bread. So good. That brown bread at Cheesecake Factory, to die for. You think you know the one? It's just tradition at this point. So I think next year we're gonna run it back for the 4th time, so maybe we'll have more people for the Cheesecake Factory. Maybe make it a con thing. But yeah, also got a lovely picture with my buddy Ryder. We love Ryder, the wag ski. And ended up getting the house nachos. These fucked so hard. We took the rest of them back to the room, and it was my hangover snack for the evening. And I slammed the rest of it. There really were, like, I think there was like 3/4 of this left after everyone was done snacking on it. And I just downed the full thing of it back at the room. Like later on that evening, I think at like 2, 3 a.m. It's pretty crazy. What is a Cheesecake Factory? It's like, how do you describe it? It's kind of like fancy, like chain restaurant food. You know how there's like Chili's? Like Cheesecake Factory is like the step up, kind of fancier. And it has literally everything. The menu is endless. And a lot of it's pretty good. It's not exactly cheap, but it's also like, you know, you go as like a treat if you want like a little bit of everything. And that's what everyone wanted. So yeah, it's not really a diner. It's like a big restaurant. It's got like a vibe and atmosphere. Like the ceilings are so high. They got like the big fucking columns. It's kind of fancy. It's less like cheesecake than it is like actual food, but you get cheesecake after, and that's what I did. Also, yeah, the cheesecake was really good. I got like a pumpkin cheesecake for the season, and it was actually really, really fucking good, not gonna lie. But yeah, ended up getting the house nachos for the table, and the nachos were pretty good, honestly. Even though I'm kind of partial to the style of, what is it, just kind of layering a few on, and then just giving individual chips like cheese and toppings. Like, the mixture hybrid that they got going on was pretty nice. The bread was to die for, as usual. And I ended up trying something a little different. I usually get, like, that Cajun chicken pasta or whatnot, which is good, but I wanted to try something a little bit different and light, and so I tried this rigatoni vodka pasta, and it was pretty solid, I'm not gonna lie. First time having vodka pasta in general, or like vodka sauce pasta, because I've never had vodka sauce before, and it was actually pretty good, and I got some good pictures of it. I'm gonna look at the quality, it's kind of nice. And I decided to feed the camera, because why not? And everyone watched me while I did it, and I'm like, don't look at me, and everyone laughed. But this is me being like, here comes the airplane. Open up. Eat up. And then, yeah. And then I was really starting to have like a food coma early, so I got a coffee, and yeah, it hit. Honestly, everything at Cheesecake Factory hit, and then I took a pumpkin cheesecake home, which I have a picture of later. Not a whole cheesecake, but a slice back to the hotel to eat later that evening or tomorrow, the next evening. Regardless, cheesecake was pretty good. Regardless, food overall, adventure was nice. Usual stuff, Cheesecake Factory is Cheesecake Factory. Got back to the con, immediately ran into my buddy Nitro. He's such a sweetie. Got a picture with them. Went and explored the little pop-up market area in the parking garage. This cool, like, flag thing that was going, keep Colfax weird. Looked really neat. And just kind of explored around, saw what was going on, didn't really film or take pictures, just wanted to capture that, hey, I was here and I checked this out, and it was pretty cool, and the sign was pretty cool. And then, that's definitely, okay, yeah, that's not, yeah, that's hydrating beverage to some extent. Had a concoction going on that evening, and let me tell you, hit pretty hard, and it was a pretty good evening. And then I ran into Dom again. Look, it's Dom. He had this, like, inflatable horse cowboy setup going with his, like, cowboy hat, and I just kept taking pictures with him while I was getting vlogging footage, and that's Dom. Dom is such a sweetie. Howdy. He's also an Aussie Shep. And I'm a little biased because I like Aussie Sheps, because I'm an Aussie Shep. Isn't that great? Yeah, the food was pretty good. The drinks also were pretty good. And the adventures we went on that evening were pretty good. What else did we do? Oh, yeah, I finally decided to get in fursuit. And so, yeah, I got my little concoction going, slammed that, and then I got in fursuit because I wanted to dress up for Halloween, and I wanted to get in suit while in my Halloween outfit. I wasn't getting in full suit in that cloak because that just was not going to fit me. It was a little tight, but fit me just fine. Just not in fursuit. Probably wouldn't do that. Canceling you for bias? Yeah. You can cancel me any day of the week, Ember. By the way, you have a very nicely intact hairline with undamaged hair and a healthy scalp. Thank you, Lamppost. Are you hitting me with the... Oh, Beta, I couldn't help but recognize you. Your nose is just so recognizable. That happened to me once. It was weird. But, you know, I don't have any bad blood with it. It was just interesting. But yeah, absolute cinema. Absolute cinema. But yeah, ended up getting in my partial fursuit with my Akatsuki cloak because I wanted to dress up for Halloween in fursuit and just kind of go down into the con lobby and get some footage. And my buddy SK ended up filming for me with my gimbal and my phone, and I'm very, very grateful for him doing that. SK was such a big help this con, and I'm glad that he went on the adventures that he did with me because it looked like he was having fun doing that, and I was having fun, and I got to capture some really, really cool moments, including me Beyblading in fursuit, in Halloween outfit, as an Akatsuki member, as a fluffy dog, while probably plastered, filled with rigatoni, spicy vodka pasta. What a night. Honestly, probably the best night to spend Halloween. Cheesecake Factory, strawberry lemonade vodkas, fursuiting, Halloween outfit, Beyblading in the con lobby with like Linkin Park and all this music with the DJ set up blasting in the back. It was so good. I'll show a video of it later, but since I'm like full screened in my con recap, probably best for me not to interrupt that, so gonna keep with that. In the next stream I'll show the video that was posted courtesy of Cobalt. So yeah, but either way, this is how I ended up getting dressed up. Wrong thing, Beta. That's a domain expansion. But hey, I was ready to go. Aw, I look really cute in this. You know, it's kind of funny because if you, like, cut off this portion here, I kind of look like I'm doing, like, an Amanda Pighead vibe outfit from, like, Saw. You know that? I can't remember Amanda's full name, but, yeah, she's, like, the killer in Dead by Day, like, the pig. You know, she's got, like, the cloak with, like, the red part on the inside. Kind of reminds me of that. So, like, maybe I'm doing, like, an Amanda from Saw cosplay or fursuit outfit. But, yeah, you know, worst case. And also, yes, I did not wear pants. I wore shorts. It was so weird. It was so weird, but it went so hard. It was so weird, but I just kind of went in with just showing the fucking hairy-ass legs while in my partial suit and my costume. It was nice. But yeah, these are the photos that I took going around. Did I miss anything else? Oh yeah, here's the full shirt that I got. Looked really, really nice. I love it. Love the shirt. And there's me in the Akatsuki cloak without any fursuit on. And there's me getting ready, being in fursuit. Ignore that for now. That's haunting, but that's later. But yeah, look at the boy. He's so happy. He's a good boy. Wrong one, but ow, 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 ow. His teeth hurt me. Teeth hurt me a lot. But ended up pretty much spending that evening. I was supposed to be going to, like, parties that evening. There was, like, a friend's birthday party. There was another margarita party I was supposed to go to. But a lot of those either ended early because I was too late being at the Cheesecake Factory, or it was so overfilled that they had to either shut it down and couldn't go. So I just kind of spent the evening, you know, drinking, and ended up going to the con lobby for adventures in fursuit and Halloween outfit, and it was a lot of fun. And here are the bunch of the pictures that I had going throughout. There's me and Dusky. Oh, we love Dusky. And then me on my way doing my silly little things. Why does this image go hard? It's so funny. So funny. And then I just went around. There's Riker in the back. Just went around in the outside. Basically, this was like the big hangout area outside of the con lobby. Just like out front of the hotel. People were vibing. There was like a DJ set up on like one of the sides over here. It was so fun. God, furry conventions are so fucking magical, man. Everyone's just there having a good time, partying, socializing. It's like a better frat party, especially if you're in that scene for it. But ended up getting some nice pics here and there while SK ended up filming for me. There's my full outfit. Yes, the leggies were showing, and it was bold, but I did not care. I was there to have a good time, and I was having a great time. and yeah, there's SK getting some footage for me as me doing the Naruto run away, just running away. There's me, Dusky, and Setsu. Setsu was in suit down in the lobby, too, and I said hi to him. One of my eyelids fell off, and I tried putting it on the angry expression, and it kind of looks like I'm a little tipsy, which is fitting for the vibe of me being then and there in the moment. So, yeah. But, yeah, there's more pictures of me going around. There's Dusky. There's me getting my seltzer drink on and having a good time. There's me waving to the camera. There's me having my moment in my balaclava. Why do I have a white balaclava? I think I stole this one from Monty. That's why. But yeah, just going around. Got some nice photos. Someone gave me their little griffin on their shoulder. Their name is Jack. I think they go by Jack in the Box. They're a sweetie. They helped out during the panel that I was a part of the next day, which we'll get onto that. Like I said, giant frat party. Yeah. But I just got to go around. It was nice seeing people, getting pictures. A lot of this is all from, like, screen caps from the footage and con vlog footage that I had from that evening. So, again, you'll see a lot of this in the Furpoc vlog, hopefully, at some point. And I was just striking poses, going around, being a gremlin creature, and having a good time. And then I saw there was a Beyblade set up on the side. Literally around the corner, Cobalt Fox ended up having a little Beyblade ring on this, like, little, like, TV table. Like, this pull-out setup, foldable TV table. And while there was, like, just to the left of here, there was, like, a DJ setup playing, like, Linkin Park and all sorts of, like, really great music for the vibes there. And there was just, like, Beyblade going. There was someone with, like, a Beyblade set on the ground over there. And I ended up hopping in on it. And I got to play Beyblade for the first time in fursuit at a furry convention. This is just like the peak moment for me that evening. And then Cobalt was nice enough to tag me in a post about it. This is the photo we got together. That is such a good photo. I'm glad that he got this photo. It's so nice. But for the first time, I got to play Beyblade at a furry convention in fursuit on Halloween in the middle of the night while kind of tipsy and drunk, while the vibes out here are like this. Everyone is having a good time, and it was so awesome. This is what conventions are about for me. Everyone coming together, weird, cringy, fluffy animals, letting it rip, Beyblade in the middle of, like, the outdoor con space. It's just like, this is the shit that it's about, genuinely. If you need to see what, like, the definition of a furry convention is like, this is it. Everyone's just vibing, having a good time. Dusky! I love Dusky! Dusky Wolf 31. Hi, Dusky. I hope you're doing well. I hope you had a good stream on your end. Lagnaza? What do you mean? Isn't it Pizza Friday for you? Why are you eating lasagna? You should be eating pizza, mister. I should be having pizza, but I don't have pizza. So sad. But Dusky, thank you for the raid. I greatly appreciate that. Go get a shout out for Dusky in the chat. Let me see. Can I can't really do a shout out sort of thing because I don't have Twitch open. But guys, go and check out Dusky Wolf. They're a good bean, good soup, fellow teammate. They're a good bean. They're adorable. Half the pictures that I got with them half the pictures I got at Furpoc were with him. So like Dusky's showing up here and then there and then somewhere else. Look at him. He's pointing at me. He's doing like kind of the Wojak of pointing at me, playing Beyblade. It was so cool. I was being shown how the Beyblade worked. You're supposed to like load in the little rip cord thing, and then you're supposed to twist in the Beyblade, and then you're supposed to set it down super, super close. The amount of times that I was missing the ring as well was kind of nuts, but again, I could only see like about up to here in fursuit. If you want to know, I know I'm looking directly down. This is all I could see. Everything up, and then like that. It's just like a cone. It's not exactly the best. But Dusky, I hope you had a good stream on your end. What did you get up to? We're doing our Furpoc recap, finally. It only took me like a few extra days and maybe a week some, but we're doing it. And I'm going over probably the most fun experiences that I have had at a furry convention. This is what it's about. Dusky's suit is so fluffy. Dusky is such a sweetie. He gives good hugs too. Yeah, I missed the arena so many fucking times. It was so bad. But hey, I had a blast, and I'm very, very grateful. Because I was being courteous, too, when I was doing, like, my filming around the space, so as not to, like, you know, capture any faces. And I'm like, whoa, there's, like, a little Beyblade ring happening. And I just wanted to, like, capture, you know, Furry's doing the Beyblade thing. And then it was either you or someone else invited me in. And I'm like, okay, yeah, I've never Beybladed before. And then SK was nice enough to take the camera again and get some like footage and pictures. And it was so nice to be able to do this, man. This is so cool. So big shout out to Cobalt Fox or Dead Metal 001 and whoever the other person was there. I can't remember their name, but they invited me on to play some Beyblade for like solid like 5 minutes or so. It was really fun. I'm glad we got to do it. I was a bit plastered, but you know what? That for me is like kind of the spirit of the con, not the plastered part, but just having these random, nonsensical events pop up where you just go into the con lobby, you don't know what you're going to expect, and you end up playing Beyblade for the first time. Literally. It was the first time I've ever touched a Beyblade, let alone seen one in person. Seen them through like pictures online or like other people doing Beyblade stuff at cons and pictures you see online of that. So you know what? It was fun to be able to try something new like that. You don't know what you're going to expect when you go into the con lobby, and you end up having an amazing time. The vibes are immaculate. People are just having a good time around, and that's all you can really ask for. This is what peak con energy is. This, for me, I think was like the highlight evening of my con, in all honesty. But yeah, that was pretty much my evening, and then also someone surprised me with some fan art that I checked on Twitter by Bon Bon. He's gremlin creature. I like it. That's how Maverick is now. He's neglected. We love that. And then I saw this of... Can you hear the screaming? This is like some Margaret Thatcher level sticker stuff. That needs to be a sticker for the next con. I don't know. Oh my god. But yeah, Friday was a banger of an evening. Pretty much after that, I think I just went around for a little bit more, and then I was getting super tired, so I ended up putting my fursuit away, and then I showered, and then I relaxed in bed, and then I think I went to bed a little bit earlier because the day was just so eventful, and then I had so much to do the next day too, because I wanted to get up just in time for the fursuit parade. So I ended up doing like the fursuit parade, the fursuit big photo shoot of the con. It was my big time fursuiting around, and I wanted to make sure I was in full suit, in my life jacket, in my outfits and whatnot. And I also had to remember to pay rent that day because it's the first of the month, so a lot to go on. But overall, Friday was a banger. And again, big shout out to Cobalt Fox for making it happen and also allowing me to try out Beyblading for the first time. I know I was kind of the awkward guy coming up with like a camera and all that. I promise you, I was trying to just be courteous and see the furries playing Beyblade and spectate them. Like, that is really cool. And then I got invited into it, and I'm glad that I wasn't being like the fucking weirdo just filming, and I got to do the thing. So thank you for being cool and chill and inviting an introvert weirdo like me to try Beyblade for the first time. Because going into a con lobby, not knowing what to expect, and doing Beyblading and having a good party time with other party animals, that is what cons are about. At least for me. Could be anything for anyone else, but that for me is the spirit of the con. I had to wake up 6:30 next night. You mean morning, right? Oh, look, I don't know if I need to wake up at 6:30 in the morning at a con. I've never had to wake up any earlier than, like, I think 8 at a con. Thank God, but yeah. It was so good. I was trying to get more crowd interaction and more people to try it. That's good. I mean, I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't, you know, being the fucking weirdo of like, oh, let me film this for content. You know, I just wanted to capture it and at least remember it so that I could share about it and say like, hey, this is what cons are like. So, yeah, I'm just glad that it was a good time. Friday, absolute banger of a day. The next day, Saturday, being the second to last day of the con and the biggest day for me, 16 McDoubles. We ran back the McDoubles. Remember last year where when I was chilling in the game room, I think I talked about this in the con recap, where we ended up ordering a shit ton of McDoubles to be DoorDashed or Uber Eats over to, you know, the hotel where we were like playing games super late at night. Each McDouble that last year ended up being $8 each. I'm not even joking, and we ordered like 12 of them. This year, we had an adventure where late at night we drove to the McDicks, or McDonald's. I call it McDicks because it's funnier. And we got 16 McDoubles, but not for nearly the price of $8. I think the 16 McDoubles in total was like $30, which is pretty good for 16. And yes, there were a lot of people that had a lot of McDoubles. But basically, Saturday started off with me waking up in the morning and wanting to go and get Donut Delight coffee because I fucking love Donut Delight. For me, Donut Delight is what Dunkin' Donuts should have been. Like, in terms of quality and taste and everything, that's what it should have been.
16 triple baconators.
I would fucking die. Like, one triple baconator, I'm fighting for my life on the toilet. I'm telling you. I'm like, it's like giving birth. Okay, maybe not like that, but yeah, it was pretty, yeah. Don't know if I can do 16 triple baconators, but point being, wouldn't be opposed to trying one day. And also thank you for the bits, by the way, Dragon. I appreciate it. But yeah, 16 McDoubles. That's the theme of this evening. A lot happened, and a lot happened that I can only share so much of. But just know I had an amazing, genuinely life-changing evening for this night of the con. So, day 3, Saturday starts. I wake up, I think at like 9 a.m. as usual. I wanted to get up early enough because I wanted coffee, and I wanted to make it to the fursuit parade and the fursuit photo shoot because I hadn't done a fursuit parade since A&E, so why not do a fun one like that again? So I got up early and wanted to try out Donut Delight, which if you don't know Donut Delight, it's kind of a chain that's closer to like the Connecticut, New York area, I think. I don't know where else they have locations, but I consider Donut Delight to be the better Dunkin' Donuts. I don't like Dunkin' Donuts. I know I live in New England. I know I live in Mass. I don't like Dunkin' Donuts. I've had a large ice extra. That shit is, oh my god, the amount of sugar, and it's not even coffee anymore. Donut Delight is good, the food is good, the breakfast sandwiches are good and spot on, and the donuts are like S tier in my book. The donuts are so fucking good. And my plan was to go on my own end and just go and get the coffee, and then bring back coffee for friends who were getting up a little bit later. Then I was going to get in suit and get ready for the fursuit parade. That was the plan for the morning or afternoon. Also, Lamppost, thank you for the 45 bits. Would you rather always know if food will be given you food poisoning before you eat it, or be cured of your lactose intolerance but get food poisoning 15% more often? I have a solution to all of this at the end of the day. Drink. I'm not even joking. Whenever I have gone out, say to get like Chinese food or something, I'll usually have like a scorpion bowl or some sort of heavy boozy drink. And there will be friends who drink and friends who don't drink. And the friends who didn't drink got food poisoning. But those who didn't were fine. for me, the solution has been to drink. And this is not an end-all be-all for everyone here, obviously, you know, drink if you're of age, all that jazz. But that's been my solution for that. Like, oh, is this going to hurt me later? Let's have some booze and see if it does. Maybe that kills the bacteria in the stomach, who knows? Maybe? I don't know. I would probably say the latter, but also I don't mind not drinking milk, so I'd probably say the former. It's probably the better one. Yeah, I would rather know if something's going to give me food poisoning. But usually you can tell alcohol could help kill the bacteria. Exactly. That's what it be. I fucking love pizza. I had the best pizza of my life this weekend. And it was so good. But either way, woke up, started the day with flashbanging myself, ran into the lobby and got a little bit of like B-roll convlog footage. And everyone was already in fursuit too. I ran into like Shep and can't remember the fursuiter's name. And then Rive, who's a freak hound, who I was simping over because I like freak hounds and he's inspiring me to be a freak hound. And I just ran into a bunch of fursuiters, got a bunch of B-roll, again, for the con vlog for later. But here are some of the pictures and screen caps I got. Ran into Shep and he was being a fucking gremlin, kept hitting my camera on the gimbal and it kept ruining and desyncing the gimbal. So I'd have to start over and set it up. And I'm like, I hate you, but I appreciate you. Also, I'm going to headlock you later. And then he's like, arf. And I'm like, don't. Stop. But yeah, I did get to headlock Shep, though, at some point. So it was so funny. You'll get to see the series of photos. You're going to love it. You're going to love it come Sunday. But either way, more like random B-roll of the con space. Ended up going around, went to like the main area in the front of the entrance main lobby. Ran into Shep, and I'm like, oh my god, it's you. And then I bothered him, and then I ran into Rive, who's a freak hound, and I love his fursuit, but I also just love freak hounds in general. And he's selling me, Rive. You have sold me on being a freak hound for Maverick. Even if I never get a fursuit of freak hound Maverick, I want to be a freak hound Maverick because look at how handsome his character looks. That's without the tongue too. I like it, but yeah, I would pretty much the next like few photos is me simping over Rive's fursuit, and then Shep bothering me more and more, and just getting more B-roll. But yeah, look at them thighs. Them some fucking thighs. And then look at that handsome fursuit. Look, I just like freak hounds, okay? He sold me. Getting to see him, and also I got to meet Rive for the first time. He's pretty chill. He's pretty cool. But I was just pretty much appreciating his fursuit, seeing it, and I'm like, oh my god, I love this. You're selling me on freak hound Maverick. And then there's Shep just with his ice cream fan, which looks pretty cool. I kind of want one, but I also have the other one that's so high-powered. But yeah, got to see his beans. That was pretty cool. Got to see the freak hound thighs and legs. Look at the pattern there. I feel like the fursuit maker was losing their mind on it, but still, it looks so good. Also, the tail! Look at the fucking tail! That's a big-ass tail. It's got, like, the spikes on it, like the dragon-esque tail. That's why I want to go with freak hound. I think the tail is what sells it for me, and then the head shape of the freak hound is what sells it for me, too. I love the big tail. And then Shep bothering me again, and then hitting my camera over and over again, and then me looking at Shep's bandana, and then Shep and Rive doing weird stuff, and then more tail, and then more Shep, and then other fursuiter who was saying hi, who I called Bastille or Bastion or something, and they got mad at me, and they're like, I'm not Bastion! And I'm like, okay, sorry, McCree, or Cassidy, sorry. Anyways, look at those patterns, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I just like Rive's fursuit. Rive's fursuit inspires me. I'm like, okay, yeah, I want to be a freak hound. I've dedicated. Maverick, you're changing, you weirdo. This weirdo is not going to be a wolf dragon. He's just going to be freak hound, which technically is wolf part kaiju dragon. I mean, look at the horns, too. That kind of fits. I could see Maverick being a freak hound, okay? So, shout out to Rive for being an inspiration and help for me figure out my own character. I love freak hounds. I didn't know there were fursuits of them. I didn't know there were fursuits of them either. And then I ran into Shep, and then I ran into Rive, and I wanted to say hi to Rive because, you know, I've talked with Shep, and I'm like, oh my god, you're a freak hound. Oh, and I was being a little bit weird. I'm like, oh my god, you're like my dream species. I didn't know a freak hound fursuit existed, and I was just, you know, basically appreciating him for a bit. And then I did my little walk to Donut Delight, which is in the opposite direction of where the Proof Coffee Roasters is. It's basically where if you go up the hill to the left and keep going and go over this weird jank-ass bridge with all this graffiti, even though there's this beautiful view, and then you take a right, you end up getting into this weird, like, parking complex area of all these, like, businesses, and then, oh, hey, there's Donut Delight. This little hole-in-the-wall Donut Delight, it's so good. Dude, I love Donut Delight. Any other photos that I missed here? Okay, no, I didn't. There's me flashbanging myself on the way to Donut Delight. There's me heading into the Donut Delight. All the donuts are so good. I ended up getting just regular coffee, cream, no sugar, a chocolate glazed donut, and then a breakfast sandwich. And everything here was so good. Like, look at that. You can see the fucking runny cheese. You don't get that. You don't get that elsewhere. Look, there's no Donut Delight near me, so I have to savor it. Because it's just better Dunkin' Donuts for me. You know, Beta, you might actually help me out with that alcohol trick. My stomach is not happy after that Subway. I would not recommend doing that right now. Usually you do it during or before. I would just probably take a Tums if I were you. Bacon, egg, and cheese is the best Sammy. It really is. I'm personally a sausage, egg, and cheese kind of gal, but bacon, egg, and cheese worked out too. But yeah, the coffee was so good. This is me being happy after coffee. Look at the bags under my eyes, man. Dude, I am always tired.
Krispy Kreme is best.
Krispy Kreme is pretty good. Honestly, I like Krispy Kreme donuts because they're very airy. Donut Delight is very cakey. And the chocolate glazed donut went so hard. Like, it was, the frosting was good. The cakey inside was good. It was so good. Donut Delight is the best baked goods, but God, I heard the coffee sucks. The coffee was okay. It was, like, it was passable. For me, I don't really, like, drink a lot of super special coffee. Like, that one that I got of, like, the protein foam at Starbucks was just, like, I don't usually drink sweet coffees. I just do iced coffee and oat milk or creamer. And that's it. That's all I do. That's all I use. Because I just want to enjoy the coffee flavors and, like, the bitterness of it. Helps kind of wake me up to an extent. The coffee was okay. It was pretty good. But the breakfast sandwich is what sent it for me. Like, I was powered for the day just off of this breakfast sandwich and donut. And, of course, like the good friend I am, I asked my friends if they needed any coffee while I was out. And I got a lot of orders. That's me coming back with, like, 3 to 4 coffees and then a couple of donuts and breakfast sandwiches. I like doing this. I'm always up in the morning early, and I know it's from friends, like, stay up super, super late and end up waking up late. And I'm like, you know what? Why not do the coffee run? Get some coffee for friends. I just like doing that, and there's me going on my little delivery. Just flashbanging myself. But no, the walk was actually really nice. Like, the sun was so, so pretty. It was beautiful out. I like the coffee. I like going on the walk that I did. Again, I just used the morning as, like, a nice reprieve for getting ready for, like, a convention when I'm going to be doing a lot of socializing and talking with others, where I can just kind of enjoy it at my own pace. I'm glad you had a good time. I did. I know PB. I don't know what the hell a PB is, but hear their name a lot. But yeah. I've been meaning to Krispy Kreme, but don't know any places near me and put off the delivery charge. Yeah, I mean, the one in first time I went to Krispy Kreme was after I got my second COVID booster. You know, the COVID vaccine when that was happening. They were offering 1 free donut if you know, showed your, like, vaccine card. And so I drove over 3 hours to, I think it was, like, some indoor resort casino area that had a Krispy Kreme. That was the closest one. I think it was in Connecticut somewhere. And I drove there just for, like, a 12-pack of Krispy Kreme and the free donut. And it was a fun little adventure. It was a fun little adventure. They're a TikTok furry who posts some pretty brain rot stuff, but it's good. I mean, fair enough. I don't really pay attention to TikTokers. You know, I kind of stick in the lane of, like, knowing Twitch streamers and YouTubers. So if there's any bringing up of, like, furry TikTokers, don't really know them. Not opposed to meeting them or getting to know them, but it's just one of those where I don't really know. That's all. But yeah, you know, if you enjoy their stuff, hell yeah. If they make good stuff, hell yeah. I make pretty brain rot stuff too, so, you know, the bar isn't really high for me either. I'm one to even say. That might be either Foxwoods or Mohegan. It was Mohegan. I remember now. I went to Mohegan for my first ever Krispy Kreme. Yeah, I would agree. I do like the airiness of Krispy Kreme donuts, but personally, I'm more of a cakey donut kind of guy, and that's probably because I grew up with Dunkin' Donuts, but regardless. I don't mind TikTok, but I wish I could filter people under 21 out of my feed for my For You feed. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's just TikTok in general, you know. TikTok and Instagram, I feel like, but regardless, that's why I stick in my lane on here and YouTube, but yeah. Oh. But yeah, coffee run was good. There's me trying to drink my coffee as I'm heading back to the hotel. And you know what? It was a nice little walk. I got to put in my earbuds, have like a nice little walk, listen to like some music because I think my Spotify Weekly had refreshed. And overall, it was pretty good. But after that, I delivered my coffee. Everyone was getting ready for the Fursuit Parade. This is the front of the hotel space, by the way. Like, it was popping. It was popping for like around afternoon or so. And a lot of people were on about it. It was nice to see. And it's a very beautiful day, too. Also, hi, Koopa. I hope you're doing well. Sorry I didn't say hi earlier, but hi, Koopa. We love Koopa. But yeah, it was just a nice, pretty day heading back. And then I got in Fursuit. This is me getting halfway in Fursuit. I ended up filming the whole process of me doing it just to show how it went. And then I was getting in my life jacket, which is, you know, the full torso, full body life jacket that actually inflates, and it's a whole process to get on, let me tell you, because the leg holes are tinier than the thick ass thighs that I have in Fursuit, even though I've lost a ton of weight with it. And yeah, I was just getting in Fursuit, getting my life jacket inflated and whatnot, and getting ready for the Fursuit Parade, which the Fursuit Parade I was late for, and I ended up only getting there in time for the fursuit photo, and then I hung out with Dusky and a bunch of other friends. But basically, Ryder and SK and everyone came to help me get in fursuit. This is Ryder inflating me, and he's just looks so tired and done. But I appreciate my Wagski bro, Ryder. He's good soup. I love him lots, and I really appreciate him just standing in the corner with me, inflating my vest as I was getting ready. Because fun fact, the vest has a couple of holes in it and deflates, so yeah, probably better to get it inflated in the con lobby than get to the con lobby and it's already deflated. So yeah, waited until then. But ended up getting my life jacket together, getting in fursuit because I wanted to officially get in fursuit, full suit for the con, one of my many outfits. And this is me going around with like my gimbal and my phone. See, look at the fucking quality. Even though I was in selfie mode for this with the gimbal, like the screen caps were so smooth. I'm gonna keep doing these little like filming instances at cons in the future because that is the best way to capture it rather than just like hold up my phone and hope that my hands aren't shaky enough while I'm taking a picture and the whole thing's blurry. But regardless, I ran into Dusky. I found Dusky in the back and I'm like, whoa, I get to hang out with Dusky when we're getting ready for the con photo. And there's a close-up of Dusky. We love Dusky. I'm good. Went to my first Howloplex last week. Oh, was that like a furry event during the weekend for like Halloween? That sounds like it. There was like Holoplex, you know, Megaplex, Halloween, mini furry event meetup. That sounds like it was a lot of fun. I heard about it a little bit, but I'm glad you had a good time. But yeah, got to see everyone getting ready for the fursuit photo. Everyone was like getting together. Let me just say, the amount of effort that I put into blurring people's faces for these photos, I really wanted to make sure. I just do not want to be that guy, and I did my absolute best making sure everyone's face was like blurred or censored. But this is what the front lawn looked like as everyone was getting ready for the big fursuit photo for the con. You ended up having Sven getting up on like a crane or like one of those like, you know, extendo height thingies as he's getting up to get the picture of everyone standing above. And it was a really nice setup. I got to see and meet a bunch of people. A lot of friends came up and said hi while I was in suit in my floaty vest. Quinn, who I was lovely standing next to, they were super sweet and very tolerant of me, you know, having my phone up and around, so I appreciate that. But yeah, ended up just kind of standing on the front lawn, got ready for the photo. Again, a lot of this will be in the con vlog at some point, and got a couple of pictures with everyone. This is like the front lawn, everyone was like chilling. There's Dusky again, there's me taking pictures and going around. A lot of furries, a lot of fuzzy heads. Was Megaplex Minicon Rave, 5 DJs and drinks and 800 furries showed up. That's awesome. That sounds like so much fun. I need to go to like more local like furry Minicon Rave meetup stuff. That shit's like fun. Seems nonchalant, chill. Seems like there's not as much hectic energy as cons are, but still feels like it's hectic in its own instance. So yeah,
My straw is broken. God damn it. Also, hi, Bats. I hope you're doing well. But yeah, just got a bunch of miscellaneous photos. I ran into Zombie or Jayla. I forget to go by Jayla now. Ran into Jayla and Birthday and Sebi and Devin since they were at Furpoc. I hope they had a good time. I've been meaning to check in with them on that. But ran into them after the fursuit photo shoot. They came and said hi and got pictures. It was very nice running into them. I always love seeing them. They're good soup friends. Like, again, to spend time with them at con, so it was nice to see them. And then I got a bunch of pictures of people. I just kind of stood there, and people were coming up to me and were like, could I get a picture with you? And I just kind of held the camera like this, so I could get, like, a couple of pictures. Got a picture with them and them. They have a really cute suit. Like, the hair, there's my head, top of my head. Then I got a picture with Ferris. He's a dragon friend, Mr. Dragon Friend. Local friend, too. I'm glad I get to see him and hang with him more. And then there's Dusky's side-eye. We love Dusky. And then just more miscellaneous pictures around the con space. That's pretty much what happened. Me getting inflated more. Selfie. Oh, that's a better photo. I love that. There's Sebi peeking out from the side. I hope Sebi's doing well. I know they had some medical stuff happen near the end of the con, but I'm glad they're doing better. I saw them stream the other day and forgot to say hi. But regardless, ended up having a whole fursuiting experience for about like an hour or two, and then I got super overheated, and then I needed a de-suit, so I went to my room, and this is the process of me de-suiting, by the way. This was what the suit looks like after having the life jacket on, because again, you have this whole body area covering by an inflatable material, like basically PVC inflatable material. And that insulates a lot of the heat and moisture. There's no room for it to breathe, especially if it's pressed up against my body with how inflated the life jacket is, which it's not like a nice big hug to an extent. But also, it gets hot very fast. And so any sweat or moisture that builds up goes through the fursuit. So everything around here was wet. It was drenched. I was a wet dog. And so I had to hang up my fursuit and let it dry and spray it down. I learned a little life hack from Cinder Collie where with the fursuit paws, you get one of those like coat hangers from the closet in your hotel room, and you clip the fursuit paws onto the coat hanger, hang that up inside the fursuit hanger, which I use like the scuba gear fursuit hanger that has a fan inside and blows inside, and hang it onto one of the little lips in the fan holder. And then you have a means of drying your fursuit paws, which actually worked pretty well. I think my fursuit was dry in no more than an hour, despite it being as drenched as it was in the body in sweat. It dried perfectly fine, and it was actually fine just in time for the panel that I partook in later that evening, which don't know how much detail I can go into, but I'll try to explain it as much as I can. There's my Under Armour and whatnot. There's my life jacket on the floor, and the leg padding, which you can't see it, but there is a whole layer of wet sweat on top of it. It's looking pretty bad. But yeah, and then the way of, I guess, drying my fursuit head, I just put my little portable fan inside the mouth, and it actually did pretty well with drying the fursuit. Which, hey, if you need a means of drying a fursuit head, those little air handheld fans that you use for, like, blow drying or I guess like cooling off fursuiters, yeah, they can be used to clean, I guess, dry the inside of fursuit heads. I know there's probably something a bit more feasible and easy to use, but this just for me was the resourcefulness that I needed. And yeah, ended up drying my fursuit in about an hour, relaxed for a little bit because after that I was joining my friends Lumi and Stierna for some KBBQ. They were doing a little get-together thing of going to get Korean barbecue, and I got to do that, and it was so good. And I ended up popping a whole seltzer before I left, and I did that on an empty stomach, and that was a bad idea because I was very tipsy come dinner, which the dinner was pretty good. Look at me flipping off Levi. We love Levi. See, this is the whole meme of furry conventions where you see someone, and you have your back turned towards them, or their back turned towards you, and you flip them off. I love how that's a thing that people do for some reason. It's very weird. It's very weird in my opinion. Looks like a giant toothbrush. Basically, that's what it is. I mean, it's just blowing air from outside here inside the head, and the head was dry within literally no more than an hour. So I left this hang, didn't leave the fan on, obviously. But, yeah, I just kind of left him hanging
for a little bit, left him drying, and then I went and got food and got back in time, just in time to get in fursuit for the panel that I was going to. But before that, got ready, got an Uber, got this little burb fish sticker from the person that I Ubered or I guess lifted over to the KBBQ place, which is called Anti-Vegan Meat Club. Wait, what was it called? The Anti-Vegan Meat Club. Meat Love Anti-Vegan Meat Club. I think that's the name of the place. But it was the KBBQ place that we went to. And it wasn't like self-serve. It was you ordered it and they came to you and cooked it for you, and then you just ate it. Which it was a little pricier, but honestly, it was pretty good. I mean, this is the outside of the restaurant if you want to go to it. Had glass noodles for the first time. They're pretty good, honestly. I was worried I wasn't going to like them. I liked them. Fun fact. Got to be a little adventurous. And pretty much all that evening, I was getting filled with all sorts of meat and rice and all these little dumplings that they kept giving me, which was nice. The meat was really good. The brisket was great. Ended up having some soju. That hit me like a truck so bad. It was so bad how hard it hit me, but it was so good. And all the food here was so good. All the meats and the sides that we got. I think the corn cheese was pretty good. I don't know if I got to try it, but Holden said it was pretty good. And yeah, it was a good adventure. Good food. Good noms with friends. I didn't have to cook anything, and I just literally would just, like, take the bowl of food. I'm like, oh, perfect, more food? Give me. And then I eat, and then I turn over to, like, Lumi and a bunch of the other friends and, like, talk with them and yap, because I haven't seen Lumi in forever. And then we just, like, yap and talk and chat about the adventures we've been on. And then I look back over, and then my bowl of meat would be filled again. And then I have more meat. Literally like this. I'd look over, and then there'd be more meat. And I'm like, oh my god, brisket, that's so good. Oh, and then just, like, fill it with rice, chase it with rice, so good. Dip it in, like, the spicy peanut sauce. It was such a good adventure. Also, yes, the soju was pretty good. I haven't had soju in so long, and it's because I really got sick on it at one point, and that's what kind of killed soju for me a little bit, but I got back on, and it was really good. This was just a fun food evening with friends. That's basically kind of the routine that our friends end up doing for, like, local cons. We'll have, like, one night that's pizza, one night that we go out to, like, some good, fun restaurant, and then one night that's either KBBQ or Hot Pot. And usually that's the case for, like, A&E, Furpoc, any local cons that we do. So that was the routine we ended up having, and we ran it back, and it was really, really good. The meats were good, the food was good. I was filled and happy. After that, we ended up walking over to a Dairy Queen for ice cream. We walked by the 666 building, which was really ominous. We found Planet Pizza, and I made a joke about it because I was very, very, very inebriated at that point. But, you know, still going. Went to Dairy Queen, ended up getting a, what was it called? What's that wintry drink? Eggnog. So I got an eggnog milkshake. I just wanted a milkshake in general, and they had, like, chocolate, vanilla, strawberry, and I'm like, eggnog? Let me try eggnog. And it was like the taste of eggnog. See, here's the thing. I've had good homemade eggnog. I do like eggnog when it's homemade. I do not like store-bought eggnog. That shit does not taste good. And this tasted like store-bought eggnog. And I still drank it. I'm like, oh, yeah, let's have this. Oh, this sucks. And they're like, then why'd you get it? I'm like, I don't know. Got to try something new. And I wanted to try something new. And it was pretty good. And everyone was laughing at my jokes. It made me feel really nice. I don't think I'm that funny at the end of the day, but whenever someone laughs at my stupidity, it validates that in some sense. So, hey, you know, maybe I should be a comedian. No, don't let me cyberbully me harder into not doing that, please and thanks. That would be a bad idea. But either way, after that, we went back to the convention space because I had to get ready for a panel. I had to get in fursuit, into some kinky attire, rather, for a very special panel that was happening. But in the meantime, we walked by this place, or I guess drove by this place, and it was a very nice view. Saw the front lobby, and it was popping off. Ran into Tuners, got a picture with him while he was in his giant plush suit. He gave me a big hug, and I'm like, oh my god! He smells like Jolly Ranchers! Literally, he smelled like candy, and he gave some really, really nice hugs. It was very nice to hang with Tuners, honestly. But ended up going around the con space for a little bit, said hi to a couple of people. There's the Dairy Queen picture. I don't know why that's there. Blessed be. There's me, you know, saying hi to tuners and me getting glomped by them. I mean, look at that hug. That's like a full... Gives such good hugs. God damn. But after that, went back to my room, got in fursuit for the panel that I was going to be a part of. I had a very, very great opportunity, and I'm not going to say the name of it now because, you know, just because I probably want to talk about it in a future video, and I don't know how sensitive even the word or name of it is, so I just want to be wary. I ended up being invited to partake in, as a fursuiter, an 18-plus adult panel. And I'd always been so kind of standoffish of doing it, you know, like when it comes to adult stuff, I do my own thing because people are weird about it. They're like, oh my God, are you beta? I love your stuff. And it's like, dude, I appreciate that, but now is not the time. I am trying to look good and feel good and confident about how I look. And I was invited to be a part of this panel by a friend who was hosting it, along with a bunch of other fursuiters, and it was my first time really getting to do anything like this, especially in like a convention setting, in the appropriate 18-plus space, which it was ID checked, it was adults only, consenting adults, nothing, you know, dirty or anything like that happened. But it was just like, it was the best way to describe it, without going into detail, was very freeing. Not in the sense of like, oh, I got to let loose and live, but like, I've still been kind of under the guise of like, you know, being YouTuber, content creator person, you can't have an adult side, but you know, I do. I enjoy my stuff. That's a whole video discussion for later if I want to get into it. But like, I've always been worried about it because people are weird about it and think that because you do one thing, you cannot therefore do another thing, which you can if you separate it well. There's a saying that my buddy Omnom has told me years and years back, but I take with me pretty much every day. Anime in the streets, hentai in the sheets, you know. Have it be with appropriate audiences and appropriate people, and it should be okay to do. And genuinely getting to do that and have people really enjoy what I do there, it was nice. And I've never felt so confident in just being able to enjoy that space, the adult space of furry, the NSFW side, as I had there. It felt so riveting. It felt so freeing. I love how I'm talking about this while showing this picture of me as I'm about to get in fursuit. But the whole talk that was given, and the whole scenario, the whole playing of the panel and everything, it was so much fun. And I felt genuinely like I let a part of myself live a little bit. And I got to kind of grow into my own. It was genuinely like a switch had kind of flipped. And I felt like, you know what? Let's fucking go. Let's have a good time. And you know what? A lot of other fursuiters there that were partaking in the same activities enjoyed the same thing too. And I was worried about that. And I'm like, you know what? This is pretty nice. It was nice. It was validating. It was thrilling. I had a great time. And obviously, you know, it's for adult audiences and 18-plus stuff. That's why I'm not going into detail about it. But, you know, it just reiterated for me that you can enjoy both. If you separate it both separately, let adults enjoy adult stuff, and I got to enjoy adult stuff, and it made me happy. It really genuinely made me happy to step out of my comfort zone and really just thrive and do it. And that, for me, was kind of just like the next arc that's kind of started for me, and in terms of like confidence, in terms of being happy with who I am, with what I enjoy, with what I do, and not having to worry about fucking weirdos making it weird. You know, let the weirdos enjoy the weirdo stuff, and you know, there are other weirdos that ruin it for others, but that's just, you know, social media and furry stuff in general. But point being, I did the panel, and there was a quote that was said during that panel by the host that really made me think, and I'm absolutely applying this to my own panel too, so I'm stealing this quote, and I need to have it refined a little bit and give it proper credit in the future. But there was a quote near the end of the panel talking about, you know, content and content creation, you know, filming and, you know, getting that content for the social medias and the clicks. And they said in response to that, this exact quote: "Don't make content. Go have fun and capture it." And that really, really hit me. Because for me, truthfully, I do a little bit of both. Like, I do make content, you know, I make the stuff for, you know, the views and stuff, but it never is just that. It is always, I want to have fun and I want to talk about something that interests me and have fun and capture it. And I feel like I lost a little bit of that in recent years with content creation in general, with recording videos. I've talked about it in the past where videos for me can take up to 3 hours to record. And it shouldn't be that way for like an 8 to 10 minute video, especially when it's supposed to be off the cuff and fun and I'm just yapping about something that I enjoy. So hearing that quote just kind of brought me back and humbled me in the sense of just being able to do something for the sake of having fun with it, because that's what I enjoyed with getting into content creation. Being a streamer, a YouTuber, I did it because I wanted to commentate. I wanted to show gameplays of Mass Effect 3 and Call of Duty and Halo and just yap about whatever it is. And so having this quote in that panel really resonated with me. And in that moment, I kind of like panned through the room. And it was just so nice. And then also near the end of the panel, they had us go around with like buckets for like charity and all that. And I decided, you know, I'm not going to use my bucket. If you want to put some like bills in the life jacket that I was wearing, you know, that'll go towards the charity. And it did. And a lot of people liked it. And it was a lot of fun. And I ended up desuiting after that whole panel. I was absolutely fucking drenched. Being on stage in front of lights, not really that much air flow going, and it was so hot. And this is me after it. I was exhausted and I had literally sweat through my leg padding. That's the opposite side of it, by the way. But after that, I had an amazing shower. I puddled. I took after Snowy and I puddled, and I sat in the bathtub of the shower and had like a really, really good cry. And I needed a good cry. I've had some bad cries, not as much recently, but a really good cry of like, you know what? I feel freed to some extent. I feel like I could be myself and enjoy myself, and I didn't need to be shamed for it. I didn't need to worry about what others think about it, because that's something that I've worried about time and time again. And I thought about all the things that I've been told while I was at that presentation, at that panel of like, you know, my friend Nexka telling me years back, I don't know why you think or care so much about what people think of you. Or like friends being like, you know, you shouldn't care so much about what others think of you. And just having that kind of resonate and think back of that. I'm like, you know what? I think I've done it to some extent. I think I've successfully not given a fuck in the best way possible. And I'm really so genuinely glad that I got to have that experience at that panel that evening. And it wasn't even over. That wasn't the end of the evening. I went on to go to a party and get absurdly drunk, not over the top, and talk with a bunch of friends and try some new things and meet new people. And it was just genuinely this. I took a picture of the bathtub after my shower because I was like, you know what? I need to remember this to talk about this, because it was just so. Having a good cry after that is good. And then I sent a long message to the panel host thanking them for inviting me onto the panel, for having me there, for having a good time, and just, it was great. It was so good. I hope everyone gets to have that level of freedom and self-love and confidence that I experienced that evening and that I've taken with and hit the ground running since then. Because genuinely, it is freeing. And I've genuinely experienced that little side tangent in like, literally last night I recorded a video off the cuff. I know it was a, what is it? Furry meme review video. But like, I'd always struggled with kind of like, somewhat, you know, what is it called? Imposter syndrome, or like putting on a personality or something, or feeling like I need to be presentable when recording. I didn't do any of that. I just went into it, rambled, and didn't worry about any of what I was saying making sense or not. And the video was like an hour of recording, and all of it was so fucking fun and so fucking good for that recording. And I went into it repeating to myself, do not care what people think. Do not overthink it. And thinking about all that I've been told and given for advice in years past by my friends who have either come and gone or stuck with me. And that I think I'm in, like, a new good phase now, and I'm really, really excited for where that's gonna lead. Like, I cannot emphasize how much that evening had changed my life. It's a slick-looking bathtub? Thank you. I was at one of your panels with my friend. It was great. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. That was me when I went to FWA. It was the first time in my life I felt euphoric and a sense of belonging that just brought me to tears in front of my friends. I'm glad that we can all have that. And I'm glad you could have that, Anuka. For me, I've had moments like that with, like, you know, finding where I belong with friends, but, like, obviously there have been, like, demons we're all fighting. We're all fighting demons. No matter what it is, it's always going to change. For me, it was finding a sense of belonging years back with, like, friends and finding a group to belong to in the furry scene. And I found that through, like, content creation and then the Twitch scene and then meeting the friends that I have and being a social butterfly. And then in recent years, I felt a little overwhelmed with that of, like, you know, worrying that anything I say or do could completely ruin relationships or ruin people's, mine and someone's vibes based on anything. And honestly, just having this to reiterate that, like, I need to be confident in myself and I need to enjoy what I enjoy, not for the sake of keeping people around, but for the sake of I enjoy it and the right people will find me from it. That's kind of the moment that I had. And I'm glad that I got to have that. And I know we're reminiscing over that with a fucking random bathtub. It was so fun. And also, he was sick. He wasn't sick. Luckily, I haven't gotten sick from the con yet. Knocking on wood, just so I don't jinx anything. But honestly, it was such a good time. He was drenched beyond belief. I had to have that fan running for a while. After that, I ended up just relaxing for a little bit. I got my evening ready. I yapped with SK a little bit, which, again, big shout out to my buddy SK. He didn't end up going with others for, like, board games or, like, Magic the Gathering. He ended up helping me with the panel. Like, he helped be my handler, he helped get my camera ready, he helped make sure I was doing okay, and went to the panel too, and I was very, very extremely grateful to have him there. And he went around with me and vibed around while we went back down to the Cobb lobby. We had a shot together, we went down and vibed down in the main lobby in the front space. I took a Jesus Christ. Look, I had an awesome evening. I had an awesome evening, okay? But I can't remember if I went to a party before or after this picture, but there got to the point where I was down in the main lobby in the front of the hotel, and there was, like, a DJ setup. Like, every night there was, like, some sort of, like, impromptu DJ setup of, like, someone playing music and everyone just, like, partying and vibing at the front of the hotel space. And it got to the point, and I took a picture of this because I heard that the hotel had offered and basically supplied these random impromptu DJs with an extension cord to plug it in so that they could run the DJ sets or run, like, the music outside of the hotel space. Like, it wasn't just that, you know, it wasn't just, like, the con staff or, like, the convention supplying this. This was the hotel as well that was on board with this. Because usually you'll have that where, like, hotel is like, don't party too late. Oh, you got to shut this party down, noise complaints. No, they were on board with this, and they supplied, like, the extension cords to be able to set up this DJ setup. And that, for me, is also what the convention or furry convention vibe is about. Because it's not just furries having a good time, it's the people around kind of intoxicated by the vibes. Not physically intoxicated, but the vibes are just so good and so fun to be a part of. And you just see moments like this with, like, hotel staff on board with it, wanted to get pictures with the fursuiters, wanted to supply, like, extension cables for, like, random DJ sets or music sets. Even when I was going back to park in the parking garage one of those, like, evenings after we went out for food, there was a guy or a hotel staff member standing outside, and I thought he was going to give me a ticket for, like, parking. And I'm like, oh, I already parked. Like, I already paid it. I can show you, like, the receipt, the QR code. Like, I paid for parking for the weekend. And he's like, no, I'm not worried about that. I just want to, like, let you know, like, I'm what they refer to, people know me as Uncle Randy or something. I think that's what his nickname was. And he came up to my car with the group in my car and said, like, look, if you guys ever encounter an issue with someone giving you shit, whether it's for the furry stuff or LGBT, and they're giving you shit, they're throwing shade at you, let me know, because I'm not standing for any of that here. And he said that, and I'm like, wow, thank you so much. It's really nice to have, you know, genuine, safe members outside of the furry community be supportive of furries. He's like, I know how much this means a lot to you guys, and you want to have your space, and I'm absolutely all for it, and there should be no shame in that, but if there's ever an issue, come find me. And he let us know that. And he was doing this for everyone entering and leaving the parking garage. And just genuinely stuff like that is what makes me have hope in the world. Not just in the furry community, but in the world. That there are good, genuine people that know what all this is about. You know, regardless of whether they understand or don't understand the furry thing. It's just nice to have that, and to have that there. Not that it was ever going to be where I would need that. Maybe you might need that at some point, but just having support like that from non-furries, especially in like the local hotel scene, because you hear about that from like Anthrocon too. Like the entire city of Pittsburgh is on board for the furries being around, like the fursuit parade that goes through the streets, and people love it, and businesses love when the furries come around. It's nice to see that effect happening, not just with Anthrocon or the big cons, but just even in the small convention spaces. And I genuinely mean that. It's just so fun to have that. He was super cool. The guy who was at the entrance of the parking garage is just simply, he was so cool. It was just nice to have. And I wanted to take the picture of like the extension cable there running through like the front door into like the hotel lobby, and like a plug-in to this like little DJ setup on the right side, or I guess left side of the outdoor area. It was just nice to see that. But not long after that, I ended up going to a party. Vibes were great. Got to have a few drinks with friends, hang out and chat with people. Everyone eventually dispersed because it was getting late, and I wanted to actually go and get some food, which was when Ryder messaged me saying, hey, we're going to get McDoubles. Do you want to put in an order for something or come with and go and get it? I think this was like 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. And I don't know where this picture came from. I was having an evening. I was fighting for my life a little. But we ended up, instead of ordering McDonald's, running it back with the $8 McDoubles, we went to go and pick it up. So what we ended up doing was we drove. I ended up kidnapping my buddy Fenris, who Ryder and SK and others didn't know, but I introduced, and I'm glad that I got to introduce friends to other friends. It's like, this is so fun and nice. We ended up driving to the local McDonald's, which was slammed, by the way, and we still put in an order for all this food. I think we got like 40 chicken nuggets, fries, sodas, and what ended up totaling to 16 McDoubles, or I guess double cheeseburgers, because, well, they don't do the 2 for $4 McDoubles. They do the get one double cheeseburger and then you get 1 for $1. I ended up doing that deal. We ended up getting 16 double cheeseburgers, or I guess McDoubles in this case. And we went inside and picked it up. And it was just so nonsensical, such a random shot in the dark to do. And then we went back and ate it. We ended up bringing it back. This is me having a moment going back into the con space. And we ended up going into the back rooms area where the game rooms were, and ate the double cheeseburgers there. And then I went back to the room and ate the cheesecake. This is the pumpkin cheesecake that I had, at least the night after, because I was full and didn't want to eat too much sugar and all that. So I ate it the day after. But overall, Saturday, absolute banger, life-changing evening for Furpoc for me. Whether it was the quote that I took away with it, the panel that I participated in, the late night McDoubles run, the party that I went to, which I was so happy to be there, and I got to bring a friend with me, got to try some new stuff, meet new people. It was just everything that I want for a Furcon and more. Adventures with friends late into the night that you can just joke about and meme about for years to come. This is just why I do conventions. That's why, even though Furpoc, some might not want to do smaller to medium-sized cons. They want to do the big cons because everyone's there. For me, it has always been about the life-changing, long, life-lasting memories. And I had nothing but that for this whole weekend at Furpoc, genuinely. And that's why, like, I always implore people to try smaller to medium-sized cons just to get that experience. Because you're not going to get that, or it's going to be very hard to get that at bigger conventions. Bigger conventions are very overwhelming. It's not that you shouldn't do them, of course, you should, but it's just, it can be a lot. It can be very different from what I grew up understanding furry conventions to be, you know, like small gatherings of people, 1,000, 2,000 people, showing up to a furry convention in fursuit, or just having like small parties with friends. You know, even though it was like a smaller con, I still went to all these like parties with friends and socialized, and it was still just a social butterfly event. I loved it. I loved it. Small con was hard for me when I don't know anyone. That too. I know it can be very challenging when you don't know anyone at smaller cons. That's why bigger cons are a lot easier for like people starting the fandom, I feel like, nowadays. But for me, I get more of like an intimate experience, especially when I've been doing cons for nearly a decade now. I think I have nearly 50 furry conventions under my belt. It's a lot. It's a lot to really do that, but like once you get into it and know the routine and know the people, like smaller cons are genuinely like some of the best cons, especially if it's with people you know and like locals and friends you want to see. It really does like hit. Even going to Awustria, I thought it was going to be a little bit of like a shot in the dark with like, you know, 1,000 or so people going, but I got to know a bunch of like the locals there, and I got to go to a bunch of the parties, and it was just such a good fucking time. Sadly, it is, you know, communication and socializing and networking to some extent, but it's also like, you know, once you can do that and get into like the routine of that, then it's like, it's so much fucking fun. The Biscuit Fister! Hi, Biscuit Fister. I hope you're doing well. Can't believe you said you could kick my ass, but will say I need some disability, so please don't aim for the face. Oh my god, I am so sorry. Jeez, look, I said I could beat you up because it's either you beat me up or I beat you up. I mean, you could beat me up, but here's the thing. Then you would be taking the title of Beta Eta Delota, and I would never, ever, ever wish that upon anyone. Not even my worst enemy. I would never wish that upon you, and I already know you've been stopped a good few times at cons with people thinking, is that Beta? I know you've gotten it. I just need to get you a Mavericks #1 fan shirt one of these days. I'm gonna get one for you. How about that? How about that, Biscuit Fister? Thank you for the 32 I can't speak. Thank you for the 32-month resub, Biscuit Fister. I appreciate the support. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're having a good evening on your end. Go get some life jackets and Beta Eta hearts in the chat for the Biscuit Fister. The Biscuit Fister. I'm gonna keep saying your name because it's such a fun name. Let's have the fun of halves. I mean, we could go halvesies and say that we got beaten up at a con. I got beat up at a furry convention. ... Speaking of smaller cons, ACFI this year was actually really great. New hotel, drink tickets from the hotel, and just overall chill vibes. The parking sucked. Yeah, I mean, every con is going to have its pros and cons, but I'm glad that the vibes of, like, ACFI are really, really good, you know? It's just like it's a social event in essence at the end of the day, furry conventions, and that's what I like to take away with it. That's what I like to enjoy, and that's why Friday and Saturday and Sunday are all fucking bangers for cons. And we still have the entirety of Sunday, which is a little bit shorter, a bit more niche, and a lot more just fursuit photos in general and getting like con vlog footage, because I had partied myself out late into the evening that Saturday evening. So Sunday I was going to absolutely take it easier, you know, get coffee like late into the day and then do some late fursuiting. And I know I had the room until Monday. I decided I wanted to leave Sunday evening just to get back, just to decompress and get ready for stream on Monday, even though I didn't stream on Monday. So, Sunday evening, day 4 Furpoc, headlock. I wonder what Beta's going to do this day. Well, I woke up. This is me waking up a little hungover and getting a nice shower in. This is me getting ready to go and get coffee. I ended up walking to Donut Delight because I wanted another Donut Delight coffee. But the one we went to was closed on Sunday, and that made me sad. So we ended up walking there, walking back with the group that I was with. Then I got in my car to drive to a separate Donut Delight because it was that dedicated and I did not want to walk more. So I drove to another Donut Delight, got a coffee, I got a miscellaneous pictures and con footage, the parking garage filled up, the random corners looking very backrooms-esque, the con space, which was poppin', me in the front lobby. There's Saki, who was saying hi to us, Saki J, the con staffer. I'm so proud of him. He has come so far, and now he's doing staff stuff for Furpoc. He kept offering me sandwiches, and I'm like, I already have the sandwich you gave me. Save it for others. And he's like, okay. He's like, would you like a chicken salad sandwich? I have 80 of them. I'm like, it was so great. But yeah, he was lovely to see. It was good to run into people. It was just more of like a chill social day. I wasn't running off of, you know, trying to get things done or adrenaline. I didn't have any obligations, just go around and socialize. So ended up going around, there's Saki dabbing. And we ended up walking to the Donut Delight that was closed, so we drove to another Donut Delight, which ironically enough was the exact one right next to the old Furpoc Hotel. Like, I just put in, like, whatever the closest Donut Delight was. I'm like, okay, this one's open? Sure, we'll drive there. And we drove to it, and it was literally at the Armin Hotel, which was the old Furpoc Hotel before they moved to the new one, which is really funny. So we ended up visiting that. I didn't end up going inside. I could have and maybe gotten some like footage or pictures of something. Didn't really care to, but it was just ironic and fun. We had our adventure going to Donut Delight. There's Holden's tail. He had his little lion tail on. Very, very nice. And ended up getting my usual glazed donut, breakfast sandwich. God, those donuts were so good. They didn't have any pumpkin donuts. I was very, very sad, but... Okay, never mind. I'm just blind. I'm just blind as can be. They did have pumpkin donuts, and I was sad because I didn't get one. But ended up getting some breakfast and donuts for friends who wanted food and coffee as we were going on our adventures. I ended up getting my coffee and donuts. Ended up heading back with all the stuff, and then ended up getting in fursuit because I hadn't gotten into my usual jock attire fursuit. And I wanted to try on wearing my Goosebumps bandana, even though it says Maverick, ignore that it says Maverick. This was a bandana that my buddy Jay had gifted me with a bunch of other ones, and I had rediscovered it recently, and so I wanted to start wearing these bandanas again, and the Goosebumps one went so fucking hard, especially with it being fall season and Halloween. So I put it on and wore that with my FWA varsity jacket in my full suit, and that was the fit that I was rocking for this evening, or this late afternoon. Notice how it's already getting, like, nighttime out. Oh, yeah. Little backpedaling a little bit. Backpedaling. At the party that I was at with... At the party that I was at last night, or the night on that Saturday, that was when daylight savings kicked in, and I ended up going to use the bathroom, and I was like, oh yeah, you know, I'm just like chatting with people, where's the bathroom? And they're like, oh, it's in there. And then I go to the bathroom, and then someone was mentioning osmosis, and I drunkenly say like, osmosis? I love osmosis! And then I turn around, I'm like, why is there an air fryer in here? The bathroom was not a bathroom anymore. There was no bathroom usage. The bathroom was filled with air fryers, all locked and loaded with chicken nuggies. I shit you not. Each and every outlet in that bathroom was plugged into an air fryer, and all the air fryers were running chicken nuggets. And sadly, I missed the chicken nuggets for that party, but it was a banger party. I completely forgot that had happened. I remember that was important, but the quote from me was, osmosis, I love osmosis. Why is there an air fryer in here? But that was the quote from me that I forgot to add into this little recap for Saturday. This was like late in the evening. We're like right around probably here-ish, right before McDoubles. But yeah, it was at the party I was at, and the vibes were immaculate. But yeah, there were air fryers running in the bathroom, and that was pretty funny. But either way, ended up getting in fursuit for my varsity jacket, kind of fall theme setup, because, you know, I don't really get an opportunity to do it. And my buddy SK, again, was very happy to go around and film for me with the gimbal and the phone while I was going around in fursuit and getting pictures and saying hi to people, because I was going to get stopped a lot, and I did get stopped a lot, and I got some nice photos. I don't know who this fursuiter was, but I got a picture with them, and it was very nice. Ended up just continuing to go around. Wanted to show the inside of the jacket, which is very nicely lined. I like the vibes of it. And then ended up just walking around the space, saying hi to people, getting pictures. And then I went outside and ended up posing in front of like the fountain, got some pictures with other fursuiters. And it's so funny. So like there was a series of events where like as I was waiting around and standing around here, one of my buddies, Demi, came to say hi. They're like a dragon. Demi the Dragon. I saw them at Megaplex, met them at Megaplex, and I'm like, oh my god, it's Demi. Hi, Demi. And I was saying hi to them in suit, and then I saw Shep come into my field of vision, and literally this series of events follows as such. You can see it from the screen caps from the convlog footage. So I'm like, oh, Shep, come here. Just lifting up my arm. Headlock. I had to say absolutely nothing. I said absolutely nothing. I'm like, you, come here. And then he just walked on over and did it. And yeah, I headlocked the Shep. Put ShepGoesBlep in his place. You know that meme of put Peter Pan in his place? That's what this is kind of like. A little bit. But yeah, put him in a headlock, gave him a noogie. I think that's what it's called. I can't remember. Oh, there's a better picture of it. Yeah, he's just like, Arf. I'm like, stop that. And I just, you know, it was good to see him. Good to see him while I was in suit too. But yeah, I was just going around saying hi to people. There's an assortment of pictures here. I ended up giving him uppies. He gave me his little ice cream fan thing, and he blew it, and it made me very not hot in my fursuit, which was nice. But it was just such a good vibe. Basically, all the pictures here are just assortments of, like, the adventures we went on while I was in fursuit. That's pretty much all this was. Just fursuiting until I was tired and done, and then desuit, and then pack, and then leave. Because I was so tired. But, pretty much throughout this, we ended up going on to, like, the back lawn to get pictures. I ran into Gale, said hi to Gale, and then Dusky joined us. I got to see Dusky. I'm like, well, there's Dusky. Oh my god, it's Dusky. We love Dusky. But yeah, he ended up following us to get some pictures and footage, and this is when I discovered how much weight I have lost and how baggy my fursuit has become. It's kind of a bad struggle, or I guess a good struggle to some extent. But I got some, like, walking pics of just me going around. This is really, really nice. But as soon as I went to, like, crouch down like this, look at how much excess fur just builds up at the bottom. You can tell that the fursuit just does not fit me as well as it used to. But you can absolutely see it as I, like, bend over. Just, like, the bagginess. It doesn't really form fit me as it used to. But it's just, it's a funny little struggle. It was very noticeable when I was going around. But yeah, just a lot of these photos that you're probably going to see for Fursuit Friday photos, or in the con vlog that I end up doing at some point. But I got a couple of nice ones while I was going around. And just SK did some, like, panning shots for me. Ah, this was so nice. This is so nice to do. I look so good in my varsity jacket and bandana. It makes me happy. And then just usual going around, saying hi to people. Gave Shep another headlock again and said hi to him. A couple of other people wanted to say hi. Protogen wanted to say hi. This cat wanted to say hi. And then just overall, walked around, meandered around until I got a little bit too hot, and so I went back to this little nook in the corner that everyone was playing Magic the Gathering in, with, like, Ryder and a bunch of other friends. And I chilled there, kind of desuited a little bit just to cool off. And then I went back around for a little bit more to fursuit around, said hi to people, didn't really get much footage, but just kind of wanted to have one last fursuiting experience. Then I packed my car, ready to go. There's all my laundry and shit, and there's, like, my fursuit tote and everything. Look, there's Snowy, giant Snowy right there. Oh my god, we love Snowy. But ended up just getting some regular fursuit photos occasionally. Oh yeah, this was the last run that we had. I feel like this is out of order. We ended up ordering pizza from Frank Pepe's. Or at least Ryder did. He ended up going to get Frank Pepe's pizza, which is New Haven style pizza. Genuinely, this is the best slice of pizza I have ever had. Hands down. Hands down, it was so good. It was such, like, thinly sliced. Look at that crust and that crunch outside of my fucking gnarly fingers. But look at that pizza. It was so good. It was like $40 a pizza, which was not cheap, obviously. But it was so good. I mean, the pepperoni's doing the little curl on the inside. That pizza looks overcooked. No such thing. No such thing. That is perfect in my opinion. That char on the crust, that was perfect. I had like 4 slices, and I felt bad because I wanted to have more slices. But, yeah, it was good pizza. But this was later. After I had like desuited a little bit, took in a little bit of a headless lounge break. I ended up going back in suiting, and I got some more pics with friends. I ran into Terrence, you know, the tail bag fursuiter that I ran into. Yeah, there's Terrence. There's Dom. See what I mean? Literally half the pictures that I have with fursuiters are just Dusky and Dom. And it's so funny running into them all the time. But I ran into Dom, and it was so fun to see them. I was just kind of going around with my little selfie stick, my gimbal. I'd rather the crust have some crunch than be soggy. Exactly. Exactly. Look, I know the pizza was expensive, but it was so fucking good. It was so delicious, man. Oh my god. But yeah, ended up just running into a couple of other friends. Ran into Nitro. Ran into this other fursuiter who wanted to say hi. They reminded me of, like, one of those restored tables. Like, you know, you get, like, an oak wood table, and some people will fill it with, like, whatever that bluish-looking liquid is that it's, like, resin, and then it'll flatten out. Kind of reminds me of that. But, yeah, just went around. Got pictures with tuners as he was holding Ranchi. I found Prey. I forgot their name for a second, but Prey, who's a sweetie. Ran into Visual Novel Friend and Immortal, an old buddy of mine. Just overall got to say hi to people. Look, for Sunday evening, vibes were still immaculate, and people were having an awesome time. But yeah, it was just a lot of fursuiters doing things. And then after that, I ended up packing up everything, and then I drove home. I took like a quick little video with a screen cap of me leaving the con, and then the little tunnel that I drove back through. And that is Furpoc 2025 from me. Yay. That took me 3 hours, which really wasn't that bad. Usually some con recaps take like 5 hours even. But overall, this was a really, really, really fun con. Really life-changing, really reinvigorating for me. I had an amazing time. I had adventures with friends. I got to know more people that I really wanted to hang out with and get to know more. I got to meet new people. I got to try new things. And even if it was like a smaller con, it was still a new adventure for me. And that's why, you know, like I said before, you can still have these big, awesome, amazing adventures at smaller furry conventions. You just gotta either know people or socialize or meet people. You know, for me, it's a lot of locals and whatnot. So getting to hang out with locals is nice, knowing I don't really do that as much. You ever cry a little on your drive home because you know it's over? Not really. I know PCD is something that hit me hard in the earlier years, but truthfully with Furpoc, I was just so exhausted that I'm like, you know what? I kind of want to drive home, get some rest, you know, recap the experience, and, you know, get the con recap ready, which it wasn't ready for Monday, and now it's Friday doing this con recap, which, yippee. But yeah, you know, Furpoc was fun. 10 out of 10 con for me in terms of experience. I don't know what it was like for others, but I hope you had a good time too if you did go, and would recommend going next year if you want to do any local furry Halloween conventions in the New England area. I love it. I had a great time. I'm absolutely going to do my panel again next year. I would love to participate in future things again next year. And, you know, it was just a good vibe. I liked the adventures, and I'll probably talk about it more in my con vlog that I end up doing for the con, or just in general for the video that I end up doing. It'll probably be a mixture between, like, con vlog and hybrid commentary. Like, there will be an end to it where I talk about kind of what I've talked about today at the end, just for some additional, like, hey, here's my experience of it as someone who went, instead of, hey, here's what it's like and all this video footage that I got with it. So, yeah, I have to make use of, like, I think I have, like, 7 hours, genuinely, 7 hours of, like, filming with my phone for going around the convention. So I have a lot to work with and a con vlog that needs to happen. So probably going to work on that at some point. Don't know when that'll be. But either way, that is my Furpoc con recap. Yeah, it was fun. It was amazing. I'm glad I gave you an awesome memory at Furpoc. The Beyblade was my favorite memory and will always be one of my favorite memories, so thank you for that. Hell yeah. I'm glad you had a good time, Cobalt, and thank you for making the con experience good for you and me and many others. Honestly, we're all just here to be fluffy animals. That's just the constant reminder for cons for me, because, you know, a lot of what I do is like online media stuff, online, being terminally online, so I always need that reminder of what it's all about. And so conventions are that reminder for me, especially the smaller cons. And so, you know, going to the con and then realizing that a lot of shit that happens on social media is meaningless is a step in the right direction, and it's very nice to have. But either way, that was my Furpoc experience. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I'll probably have some more things to share about it in the future as time goes on that I maybe missed from this, but I'm not necessarily sure what I missed or not, truthfully. But I'm just glad that I got to share this, and I feel like I did a pretty good job with this recap because I wanted it to be good. But either way, that was fun. I think since we have been going for 4 hours now, it is a good time to wrap things up. We can go and raid into someone because I got to get ready for VR, but I have not eaten anything today, and that is not good. So let's go and raid into someone, and then we can go and get into VR. Who is streaming? We've raided Frey a bunch before. Who else could we raid into? Who haven't we raided in a hot minute? That is live. We raided Jaw recently. We could raid Beeb. Being sick won't keep me away from this game. Oh, they're playing Dispatch. Okay. Letting it rip like a Beyblade. I think that's a good raid message. Let that be the raid message. Let's go and raid Beeb. He's my DM buddy. He's going to be the DM of the Furry D&D campaign that I'm going to be a part of. And I'm really excited about it because I got to do a video on that too. Not that I have to do a video on it. I just want to. Because I want to share the experiences that. But honestly, I had such a good time. Let's go and raid Beeb. Let's go and show them some love and support. Just keep in mind, maybe spoilers or something for Dispatch if that's happening. But regardless, I might be streaming that at some point. I'd love to try Dispatch since I've heard good things about the game or the movie or whatever it is. But I'll try streaming it at some point. I think it's like $40 or something. I'll have to take a look at it. I'd love to try it because Furry bait, Moist Critical, character, you know, the usual. But yeah, that's about going to do it for me for this one. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. Tomorrow I will be on Rocket's stream if you're looking to see more Beta 8 of the Lotus stuff or just me in general. I'll be on Rocket's Furry games or game thing that he's doing. I'm going to be a shoutcaster with Snowy. And then Sunday I should have a new video. It's going to be a pretty big one. And there will be a fun little interview that I upload on my secondary channel along with it. So keep on the lookout for that. This is a big one. I don't really know how to announce it besides that because I'm not good at hyping people up for the stuff that I do. I just kind of upload it because it's just, you know, I'm just a guy. I do YouTube stuff. That's it. But either way, go and show some love and support to Beeb. Use the raid message as Lamppost has stated. What is it? Ripping it? What was it? Hold on. It's the fucking thing's covering it. Letting it rip like a Beyblade. Go send that to him. Go send Beeb love and support. He's good soup. He's a good Robin friend. And also he's someone inspiring me to make a burb sona. So there's that. So go and show some love and support to Beeb. Ask him about D&D stuff. Keep him company because he's good soup and very, very good at talking. And he's very sweet. But either way, that's about going to do it for me. Have a good night, guys. Take care. Life stay jacket. Treat people like people. Thank you for watching. And I'll see you guys tomorrow, Sunday.